On the afternoon of September 27th, 1956, a 13-year-old boy named Neri Morgan was walking with his two younger brothers through a remote and dusty desert in South Australia. This vast, barren area was called Maralinga. Neri and his brothers belonged to an isolated Aboriginal tribe known as the Martu people. On this particular day, the boys were out doing what their people had done for generations. They were hunting for food to bring back to their family. Specifically, they were tracking kangaroos. Neri, being the oldest, carried a hunting spear, while his two younger brothers carried a wooden club and a traditional boomerang. For hours, they had been quietly following a specific group of kangaroos across the dry terrain. But every single time the boys got close, just as they would slow down and prepare to strike, the kangaroos would suddenly sense them and bolt away. It was incredibly frustrating, and the afternoon sun was starting to beat down on them. But they kept going because their family was relying on them for dinner. Eventually, as they continued their long trek, the kangaroos stopped. They had gathered around a small watering hole just a few dozen yards away from where the brothers were hiding. Neri looked at his brothers and knew this was their absolute best chance. The kangaroos were thirsty, and they were going to stay at that watering hole long enough for the boys to make their move. Neri quietly signaled to his younger brothers that it was time to advance. They dropped low into the dry brush, moving as silently as possible, inching closer and closer to their targets. But after taking only a few cautious steps, a strange and terrifying sound shattered the quiet of the desert. It started as a low, deep, rumbling noise vibrating through the ground from somewhere off in the distance. The brothers stopped in their tracks. Before they could even understand what was happening, the entire sky suddenly lit up. It was an impossibly bright, blinding white light, so intense that Neri had to quickly shield his eyes with his arms just to keep from being blinded. And as he was doing this, a massive, incredibly hot gust of wind came roaring through the desert. This was not a normal desert breeze. It was a violent shockwave that blasted right into them, literally lifting the brothers off their feet and slamming them hard onto the dirt. They lay there, completely disoriented, with their ears ringing and their skin burning from the sudden heat. From the ground, Neri struggled to turn his head to see what had happened to his brothers and the environment around them. He looked over in the direction of the watering hole where the kangaroos had been just moments before. And what he saw next made absolutely no sense to him. The kangaroos were literally floating high up in the air, drifting right toward them through the hazy sky, and then they suddenly dropped heavily onto the ground. A moment later, it was as if a switch had been flipped. Everything just went back to normal. The blinding white light faded, and the sky returned to its usual blue color. The deep rumbling stopped, and the hot wind died down completely. The desert was quiet once again. Except now, right in front of Neri and his brothers, lay a dozen dead kangaroos. The boys stood up, dusted the dirt off their clothes, and tried to process what they had just witnessed. They had absolutely no concept of modern technology or what could cause such a massive explosion. To them, living their isolated life, there was only one logical explanation. They looked at this incredible bounty of fresh meat lying right at their feet, and they decided this must have been a gift from God. They believed that God had literally reached down, taken the lives of these kangaroos, lifted them up, and delivered them directly to the brothers so their tribe wouldn't go hungry. Filled with gratitude, Neri and his brothers began lifting the heavy animals, carrying as many of the dead kangaroos as they possibly could manage back to their camp. When they arrived and told their people what had happened, the tribe was overjoyed. That very night, they held a massive celebration to honor this miraculous gift from God. They built a large fire, roasted the kangaroo meat, and held a giant feast. Almost everyone in the tribe ate the meat, celebrating their good fortune. But the very next morning, the celebration turned into a nightmare. When the tribe woke up, nearly everyone who had eaten the kangaroo meat was violently ill. People were vomiting uncontrollably, their bodies were covered in painful red rashes, and they were suffering from intense aches and deep internal pain. Over the next few days, some of the tribe members slowly began to recover, but many others only got worse. Soon, people from the tribe began to die. one after the other. Neri and the surviving members of the tribe immediately made the connection. They realized that whatever was killing their people was directly tied to the kangaroo meat they had eaten. Some members of the tribe who had been skeptical about the gift from God theory argued that the meat must have been poisoned. But they had no idea how it had been poisoned, or if someone had done it on purpose. For Neri and his people, this tragic event remained an unsolved mystery for over a decade. Fast forward to 11 years later, in 1967, when Neri was 24 years old. That was when representatives from the British government finally arrived in the remote areas of southern Australia near where the Martu tribe lived. It turned out these officials were there to try and clean up a massive, dangerous mess they had created years earlier. And that was when the horrifying truth was finally revealed. Those dead kangaroos that had seemingly floated through the air and dropped at the feet of Neri and his brothers were not a gift from God at all. Instead, they were the victims of a highly classified, top-secret scientific experiment. The British government had been using the Maralinga Desert to test active nuclear weapons. On that afternoon in 1956, Neri and his brothers had been standing just a few kilometers away from an active nuclear detonation site. Where they were positioned was the absolute perfect spot to experience the fringe effects of a nuclear blast. They saw the blinding flash of the detonation, they heard the deafening roar of the shockwave, and they felt the intense thermal radiation that knocked them to the ground. But because they were just far enough away, the blast wave did not kill them. It only disoriented and bruised them. However, the kangaroos at the watering hole were positioned slightly closer to the epicenter of the bomb. Because the kangaroos were closer, and because they were much smaller animals, they were completely vulnerable to the full force of the pressure wave. The shock wave had killed the kangaroos instantly, lifted them into the air, and thrown their bodies forward, landing them right in front of the boys. But the worst part was that the blast had coated the animal carcasses in highly concentrated, invisible radioactive fallout. When the tribe cooked and ate the meat, they were ingesting lethal amounts of radiation. This caused severe acute radiation sickness, which explained the sudden vomiting, the skin rashes, and the agonizing deaths. The British government kept these tests secret for years, and an unknown number of indigenous people lost their lives due to the radioactive contamination. Eventually, after the truth came out, the Australian government ended up paying $13.5 million in compensation to the Aboriginal tribes that were devastated by the nuclear tests. Neri Morgan survived the ordeal, and today he is in his 80s, still sharing this incredible and tragic story with younger generations so that the history of his people is never forgotten. Now, let's move to another afternoon, this one in the fall of 2019, in a quiet neighborhood in Knoxville, Iowa. It was around 4 in the afternoon on Saturday, October 26th, and 56-year-old Pamela Kramer was enjoying a beautiful day in her son's backyard. Pamela was a warm, family-oriented woman who worked during the week as an assistant at a nearby United States Army base. But her job was just a way to pay the bills. Her true passion in life was her family. She lived for her husband, for children, and her grandchildren. On this particular Saturday, the family had gathered in the backyard for a very special occasion. They were holding a gender reveal party for Pamela's son and his pregnant wife, who were expecting a new baby. Pamela was absolutely thrilled and could not wait to find out if she was going to have a new grandson or granddaughter. After everyone had chatted and enjoyed some food, Pamela's son announced to the guests that it was finally time for the big reveal. The guests, including Pamela and several other close relatives, got excited and backed up toward the safety of the wooden fence on the side of the yard to get a good view. Pamela pulled out her mobile phone and began recording a video. She wanted to capture every single second of this beautiful moment so she could look back on it for years to come. In the center of the yard, the family had set up a homemade device that was supposed to shoot a cloud of colored powder into the air. Blue powder would mean it was a boy, and pink would mean it was a girl. Pamela's son walked out to the middle of the lawn and leaned over the device. He turned back to the crowd, smiled, and asked if everyone was ready. Pamela gave him a big thumbs up, keeping her phone pointed directly at him. Her son then bent down and lit a fuse attached to the device. He quickly backed away, running over to stand next to his pregnant wife along the fence line with the rest of the family. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the colorful cloud to appear. But instead of a beautiful puff of colored powder, a deafening metallic explosion shattered the air. In an instant, the peaceful backyard turned into a war zone. The homemade device was not just a harmless powder launcher. The family had built the device using a thick metal cylinder which they had packed tightly with gunpowder and the colored dust, sealing the top and bottom. When the son lit the fuse, he had unknowingly created a highly volatile pipe bomb. The immense pressure of the burning gunpowder could not escape the metal pipe safely, causing the steel cylinder to rupture and violently explode. Sharp, jagged metal shrapnel was blasted in every direction at incredible speeds, flying up to 400 feet away. Some pieces of metal tore through the wooden fences of neighboring homes, while others lodged themselves into the walls of the house. Tragically, one large piece of the exploding metal flew directly toward the fence line where the family was standing. It struck Pamela directly in the head, knocking her to the ground. The backyard erupted into total chaos as family members screamed in terror and rushed to call emergency services. When the first responders arrived, they found a devastating scene. Metal debris was scattered everywhere, and Pamela was lying near the fence, having died instantly from her injuries. It was a heartbreaking tragedy that shocked the local community. Miraculously, despite the heavy shrapnel flying all over the yard and through the neighborhood, no one else was injured. Because the incident was determined to be a tragic and unintentional accident, the local authorities decided not to file any criminal charges against the family. Now, let's fast forward to another clear morning on October 30th, 2014, in Wichita, Kansas. A 54-year-old Russian pilot named Sergei Galitsky walked into the Flight Safety International building located at the Wichita National Airport. Sergei was accompanied by his personal translator. Sergei was a highly experienced pilot who had spent over 30 years flying commercial jets and helicopters back in Russia. But on this day, he was in Kansas to obtain a specific certification to fly a Cessna turboprop plane. Because he did not speak fluent English, he brought his translator along to help him communicate with the flight instructors and understand the technical training. Inside the lobby, the translator explained to the front desk clerk that Sergei was there for his scheduled training session. The clerk smiled, nodded, and went to the back of the building to locate Sergei's designated instructor. A few moments later, the clerk returned with 78-year-old Jay Ferguson. Jay was a legendary flight instructor with decades of aviation experience, known for his thoroughness and deep knowledge of aircraft. After shaking hands and greeting each other, Jay led Sergei and the translator through the security doors and deep into the state-of-the-art training facility. As they walked down the hallways, they passed several large, high-tech rooms filled with millions of dollars worth of advanced aviation equipment. Eventually, Jay stopped the group in front of a massive, white spherical pod that sat mounted on top of a complex hydraulic base. To an ordinary person, it looked like a high-tech simulator ride you might find at an amusement park. But to Sergei, he knew what this was. This was a professional-level flight simulator designed to perfectly mimic the flight dynamics, cockpit layout, and emergency scenarios of a real Cessna aircraft. Even though Sergei had thousands of hours of real flight experience, the Aviation Authority required him to complete several simulated flights in this exact pod to prove his competency before they would allow him to pilot a real Cessna. Jay opened the heavy door to the simulator pod and gestured for the men to climb inside. Sergei climbed in first and sat down in the captain's seat on the left. Jay took the co-pilot's seat on his right, and the translator sat directly behind them so he could whisper instructions into Sergei's ear. Looking out the windows of the pod, Sergei was amazed by how realistic the simulation was. High-definition screens projected a perfect, three-dimensional view of the actual runway at the Wichita National Airport. It felt exactly as if they were sitting on the tarmac, ready for takeoff. Together, Jay and Sergei began going through the rigorous pre-flight safety checklists, verifying the virtual instruments, testing the flight controls, and ensuring the radio communications were working perfectly. Once everything was verified, Jay pressed a control panel button to start the simulation. Instantly, the hydraulic base beneath the pod activated, and the entire cabin began to rumble and vibrate, perfectly mimicking the sound and feel of a powerful propeller engine roaring to life. Jay gave Sergey the signal to begin. Sergey released the parking brake, grabbed the control yoke, and pushed the throttles forward. The simulator tilted slightly backward, giving the men the physical sensation of accelerating down the runway. As they gained speed, Sergey pulled back on the yoke, and the digital scenery tilted down as they climbed high into the simulated sky. For the next several minutes, Sergey practiced maneuvering the aircraft through the virtual airspace, performing turns, climbs, and descents. The flight simulator's advanced hydraulics moved the pod in perfect synchronization with Sergey's inputs, making the flight feel incredibly lifelike. Jay watched closely, occasionally speaking into his headset, with the translator quickly relaying the instructions to Sergey in Russian. Sergey adjusted quickly to the Cessna's sensitive controls, and Jay was highly impressed by the Russian pilot's smooth handling of the aircraft. It was clear that Sergey was going to easily pass his certification test. After completing all the required maneuvers, Jay decided it was time to bring the session to a close and have Sergey perform a landing back at the airport. Sergey turned the simulated plane around, lined it up with the virtual runway, and began his final descent. He carefully managed his speed and altitude, bringing the plane down smoothly toward the asphalt. Everything was going perfectly. Sergey brought the nose up slightly, preparing for a soft landing. But the exact microsecond the virtual tires of the simulator touched down on the digital runway, a massive, deafening crash shattered the silence of the room, and everything instantly went black. At that very same moment, people standing outside on the tarmac and near the airport buildings heard a terrifying, thunderous explosion. They spun around and saw a thick, black column of smoke and giant flames shooting out from the roof of the Flight Safety International building. Bystanders immediately called 911 as sirens began to wail across the airport. When the firefighters and emergency crews arrived on the scene, they were shocked by the scale of the destruction. Part of the building's roof and walls had been completely pulverized, and a raging fire was consuming the interior. It would turn out that while Sergey, Jay, and the translator were inside the dark simulator pod, another pilot named Mark Goldstein was taking off from the very same airport in a real twin-engine passenger plane. Shortly after takeoff, Mark's real plane suffered a catastrophic mechanical failure, causing him to lose complete control of the aircraft. The plane veered wildly off course, plunged toward the ground, and crashed directly through the roof of the Flight Safety International building. By an almost impossible and tragic coincidence, the crashing plane struck the exact room and the exact simulator pod where Sergey and his team were conducting their training. The violent impact and the subsequent fuel explosion instantly killed the pilot of the real plane, Mark, as well as Jay, Sergey, and his translator inside the simulator. It was a bizarre and tragic event that sent shockwaves through the aviation community. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. In March of 2015, in the sprawling, historic city of St. Petersburg, Russia, a 8-year-old woman named Tamara Samsonova was living in a state of controlled chaos. Her apartment, the place she had called home for years, was being torn apart and put back together. Renovations. Dust was everywhere, the noise was constant, and it was becoming nearly impossible to live there. A good friend of hers, a 9-year-old woman named Valentina Olenova, heard about Tamara's situation. Valentina lived nearby and had a spare room. She felt for her friend and decided to make a generous offer. She called up Tamara and said something along the lines of, "Why don't you come and stay with me while the work is getting done?" "It's no trouble at all." Tamara was immensely grateful. It was the perfect solution. She immediately accepted, packed a few bags, and moved into Valentina's quiet, comfortable apartment. From the moment she arrived, Tamara wanted to be the perfect houseguest. She knew she couldn't afford to pay rent, so she decided to contribute in other ways. She became the unofficial housekeeper. She cleaned the apartment from top to bottom, she did all the dishes, and she made sure there was always a home-cooked meal ready for Valentina. For the first couple of weeks, things were wonderful. The two women, both in their later years, enjoyed the companionship. They'd chat in the evenings, share meals, and it felt like a comfortable, easy arrangement. Valentina was happy to help her friend, and Tamara was relieved to be out of her noisy, dusty apartment. Then, after a few weeks passed, Tamara got a call. The renovations on her home were complete. It was time for her to move back. But a strange thing had happened. Tamara had gotten used to living with Valentina. She enjoyed the company, she enjoyed their routine, and frankly, she didn't want to leave. So she approached Valentina and asked, would it be okay if I stayed just a little bit longer? I'm really enjoying it here. Valentina was a little hesitant. The original agreement was just for the duration of the renovations. But she was a kind woman, and she didn't want to just kick her friend out onto the street. So she reluctantly agreed. Okay, she said. A little bit longer is fine. But a little bit longer turned into a couple of months. Spring turned into summer, and Tamara showed absolutely no signs of packing her bags or making any plans to move back to her own apartment. Valentina's patience began to wear thin. Her home didn't feel like her own anymore. The temporary guest had become a permanent fixture, and the initial harmony had curdled into a quiet, simmering resentment. Valentina started dropping hints, asking about Tamara's apartment, wondering aloud when she might be moving back. But Tamara would just brush off the questions or change the subject. Finally, in late July of 2015, Valentina couldn't take it anymore. She decided a direct confrontation was the only way. She sat Tamara down and told her straight up, you have to go. The renovations are done. It's time for you to go home. She expected some resistance, maybe some sadness, but she didn't expect Tamara's flat-out refusal. Tamara just looked at her and said, no, I'm not leaving. This sparked a huge fight. Voices were raised, feelings were hurt, and the tension in the small apartment became unbearable. But at the end of it all, nothing was resolved. Tamara still refused to leave. For the next couple of days, a heavy, oppressive silence fell over the apartment. The two women moved around each other like ghosts, not speaking, not even making eye contact. The air was thick with unspoken anger. This Cold War was finally broken on July 23rd over something incredibly trivial. There were a few unwashed cups left in the sink. One of them was supposed to have cleaned them, but hadn't. An argument started about whose turn it was to do the dishes. But of course, it wasn't really about the cups. It was about everything else. The argument quickly escalated, and soon, Valentina was screaming at Tamara again. You shouldn't even be here. You need to leave my home! And Tamara was yelling back, no, I'm not going to leave. It was another huge blowout fight filled with bitterness and frustration. But then, something shifted. As the yelling died down, Tamara's demeanor changed. She seemed to finally accept the situation. With a sigh of resignation, she looked at Valentina and said, okay, I get it. I need to leave. Just give me a couple of days to get my things in order and I'll be out of your hair. Instantly, all the tension just evaporated from the room. Valentina felt a wave of relief wash over her. Finally, she was going to get her apartment back. The fighting was over. To seal the truce, Tamara offered a peace offering. Look, she said, I'll make us a special dinner tonight. I'll go out and get the food. Tamara left the apartment, but she didn't go straight to the grocery store. Her first stop was a local pharmacy. She walked in and bought a large quantity of potent sleeping pills. Then she went to the market and bought all the ingredients for a traditional Russian Olivier salad, a dish she knew was one of Valentina's absolute favorites. She returned to the apartment and began to prepare the meal. The kitchen was quiet as she chopped vegetables, but her mind was anything but. She took the sleeping pills she had just purchased, and using a mortar and pestle, she crushed them into a fine white powder. Then, as she was mixing the mayonnaise-based dressing for the salad, she carefully stirred the powder in, making sure it was completely dissolved and undetectable. She served the dinner, and Valentina, hungry and happy that their conflict was resolved, ate the entire salad. She didn't notice anything wrong. The dressing was rich and creamy, just the way she liked it. As soon as Tamara was sure Valentina had finished every last bite, she simply cleared the plates, went up to her room, and went to bed, leaving her friend in the living room. She waited. A couple of hours later, at around 2 o'clock in the morning, Tamara quietly got out of bed. She crept downstairs to the kitchen. And there, on the floor, was Valentina, passed out cold. Tamara walked over and checked for a pulse. She was still breathing. For a moment, Tamara felt a flash of disappointment. She had hoped the massive overdose of sleeping pills would have been enough to kill her. But it didn't really matter. It just changed the next step of her plan. She went to a closet where she had stashed a hacksaw. She had borrowed it from a neighbor earlier that day under the pretense of needing it for a small project. Now, she brought it back to the kitchen. Standing over her unconscious friend, Tamara began the gruesome, laborious task of dismembering Valentina's body. She worked with a strange, methodical precision. As she cut her friend into pieces, she took special care to remove the lungs, making sure not to damage them. It turns out, human lungs were a particular delicacy for Tamara. She considered them her favorite food. Once the body was in several pieces, she took Valentina's head and placed it into a large stock pot on the stove. She filled it with water and turned on the burner, beginning to boil it. While the head and the carefully preserved lungs cooked, she took the rest of Valentina's remains. She cut them into the smallest pieces she could manage, then wrapped them in a shower curtain and stuffed them into various plastic bags. The process was long and physically demanding, but Tamara worked tirelessly through the early morning hours. With Valentina's head and lungs simmering on the stovetop, Tamara began the disposal. She started making trips, dozens of them, from the apartment speed down the stairs and out the front door into the dark, silent streets of St. Petersburg. She carried the heavy bags one by one all the way down to a small lake near their apartment building where she tossed them into the dark water. Back and forth she went, trip after trip, until most of the body parts were gone. Valentina's hips and legs, however, were apparently too heavy for her to carry all the way to the lake. So, for those, she took a different route, dragging them to a nearby patch of forest and leaving them there. Her final trip was perhaps the most macabre. She carried the big silver pot from the stove. Inside was what was left of Valentina's head, after Tamara had finished eating most of it. 4 days passed. Life in the apartment building went on as normal. Then, on July 27th, a young couple who lived in the same building as Tamara and Valentina decided to take their dog for a walk near the lake. As they strolled along the path, their dog suddenly took off running. It stopped in front of a large, bulky plastic bag that had washed up near the shore. The dog began sniffing and pawing at the bag, trying to get it open. The couple called for their dog, but it wouldn't budge. It was completely fixated on the mysterious package. Annoyed, the owners walked over to see what had captured their pet's attention. The man poked the bag with his foot. It was heavy, and it felt wrong. With a sense of dread, he managed to tear it open. Inside, they found a human torso. It was Valentina's. When the police arrived, one of the first things they did was canvass the apartment building to see if anyone was missing. They quickly learned that the victim was likely Valentina Olenova. They went to her apartment to investigate and were surprised to find Tamara Samsonova living there. They approached her gently, assuming she was a grieving friend or relative. They explained that Valentina had been found deceased and that they needed to search the apartment as part of the investigation. Tamara's reaction was completely bizarre. She was totally indifferent. There was no sadness, no shock, no fear. She just calmly allowed them in, as if she knew this day would eventually come. The search of the apartment didn't take long. The officers quickly found what they were looking for. There were specks of blood all over the bathroom. There was more blood in the kitchen. They found the hacksaw she had used, still bearing traces of blood and tissue. And then they found her diary. It was sitting on a table right next to a book about black magic and the occult. When the police opened the diary, they were horrified. It wasn't just a daily journal. It was a meticulous, detailed log of ritualistic killings that Tamara had apparently been carrying out for the past 20 years. The diary described 14 different murders. According to her own writings, almost all of the killings were motivated by her desire to cast spells she was learning from her books on black magic. These spells, she wrote, required specific human components like flesh or organs. So she would kill people, use their bodies for her rituals, and then afterwards she would consume parts of them. Not because the spell required it, but simply because she said she liked the taste of human flesh. And in particular, she noted, she loved the taste of human lungs. The police arrested Tamara on the spot. She didn't put up a fight. She didn't deny anything. She looked at the officers and said, "Yep, you got the right person. I did all this." During her trial, Tamara's behavior was a spectacle. She seemed to be in a great mood, often smiling. She told the judge, "I hope you give me a really severe punishment. I expect to die in prison." She was seen blowing kisses to the reporters in the courtroom gallery. It was as if she was completely detached from the reality of her horrific crimes, or perhaps she simply didn't care anymore. Tamara, who the press quickly nicknamed the Granny Ripper, was found guilty and given a life sentence. To this day, she remains in a high-security prison, one of Russia's most notorious and chilling serial killers. After spending 21 years serving in the U.S. Army, a man retired and decided to move his family to Central Florida. He, his wife, and their young son settled into a quiet life. They had plenty of money. He had his military pension coming in every month, and his wife still worked a full-time job. But after a lifetime of structure and activity in the military, he found retirement to be incredibly boring. He just wasn't the type to sit around the house all day. So, he decided he needed to find a simple job, something to keep him occupied and give him a reason to get out of the house. He ended up taking a job as a clerk at a gas station located right off a major highway. One of the main reasons he chose this particular job was because the owners were very laid back. They didn't mind if his son came to hang out with him during his shifts. So, for years, that became their routine. The man would work his shifts behind the cash register, and his son would tag along. Even as the boy grew into a teenager, when you'd think he'd want to be off with his friends, he still came along. The town they lived in was so small and quiet, there was really nothing else for him to do. So even well into his teenage years, the son would spend his evenings at the gas station with his dad. One night in 1990, the son, who was 15 years old at the time, was taking a break. He was sitting outside at a picnic table under the bright lights of the gas station's canopy. He was reading a magazine and drinking a Mountain Dew. It was a dark, quiet night. There were no cars at the pumps, no customers inside the store, and the highway itself was mostly empty. It was in this stillness that he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. A figure, a woman, was walking off the shoulder of the highway, heading directly toward the gas station. This immediately struck him as odd. He thought to himself, "No one ever walks to our gas station. We're on a highway. Everybody drives here." His logical conclusion was that her car must have broken down nearby, and she was coming to use their payphone to call for a tow truck. The woman continued walking across the large, empty parking lot, getting closer and closer. The boy had turned his attention back to his magazine for a moment, but he would say later that he kept looking up, keeping an eye on her. There was just something about her, something that felt off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The woman walked right past the picnic table where he was sitting, not even acknowledging him. She didn't say hi, didn't make eye contact, just walked straight to the glass door and went inside the convenience store. From where the boy was sitting, the front of the store was all glass windows, so he had a clear view inside. He could see his father standing behind the counter, and he could see the top of the woman's head as she began to walk up and down the aisles. As soon as she was inside, the boy put his magazine down and just watched. He noticed she wasn't really shopping. She would walk down an aisle, look down at the shelves for a few seconds, but never pick anything up. Then she would look up towards the counter and just stare at his father for a moment before looking back down and moving to the next aisle. She did this over and over, circling the small store. At some point, the woman seemed to abandon this pretense of shopping and just walked directly up to the counter. There was still nobody else in the store, and the night was so quiet that the boy could fairly clearly hear her conversation with his father. He heard her tell his dad that her car had broken down and she needed a ride. Could he drive her to Ocala? That was the next big town north of their gas station. The boy would say later that his father's reaction was very strange. Normally, his dad was incredibly pleasant with all the customers. He was chatty and friendly with everyone who came in. But with this woman, his dad's tone was dismissive, almost rude. When she asked for a ride, he just gave a short, flat answer. No, I won't give you a ride. The woman was visibly annoyed by how quickly he had shut her down. But instead of just taking no for an answer, she did something strange. She turned and looked out the window, directly at the boy sitting on the picnic bench. He was looking right back at her. She pointed at the boy and said to his father, "What about him? Is he your son? Can he give me a ride?" The boy saw his father, who was out of the woman's direct line of sight, look at him and shake his head no very firmly. It was a clear signal. Whatever she wants from you, you say no. The boy was confused by all this. He was still trying to understand why his dad was being so hostile and unhelpful. The woman clearly needed help, or at least she claimed to. But he trusted his dad's judgment. He knew that if she came outside and asked him directly, he would say no. But it never came to that. The boy's father said to the woman in a firm, final tone, "No, my son is not going to give you a ride. You need to leave here immediately. Do not come back. Leave. We're not going to help you." The woman exploded in a fit of rage. She started cussing him out, screaming at him. She stormed towards the door, slammed it open, and stalked back out into the parking lot. She started cussing at the boy as she passed him. The whole time she was walking away, back towards the dark highway, she kept turning around, flipping them both off and screaming profanities. The father had come out from behind the counter and was now standing next to his son, watching her go. As she disappeared into the darkness, the boy turned to his dad and asked, what was her deal? Why did you not want to help her? The dad just shook his head. I don't know, he said. There was just something off about her. I can't explain it, but I did not want her around you. I knew I didn't want to give her a ride. I just knew she had to go. They didn't talk about it much after that. It was just a weird, uncomfortable encounter on an otherwise normal night. A year went by. The boy was in his room at home one evening when he heard his dad yelling from the living room, a sense of urgency in his voice. Come in here. You have to see this. Look at the TV. The boy ran into the living room, and on the television screen, there was a news report. And on the screen was a mugshot. It was the same woman from the gas station. Her name, the reporter said, was Aileen Wuornos. She was a serial killer who targeted men she met along the highways of Florida. The news report detailed how she would get her male victims to pick her up, often at gas stations, before robbing and killing them. The boy and his father stood there, staring at the screen in stunned silence. The chilling realization washed over them. It's unclear if the boy or his father were intended to be her next victims that night. But by the time she had walked into their gas station, she had already killed 4 men. And following that strange, tense interaction with them, she had gone on to kill 3 more people. One of those victims was found in Ocala, Florida, the very town she had asked them for a ride to. Aileen had been caught, which is why her face was on the news. She was later sentenced to death for her crimes. The boy and his father never forgot that night, the night a serial killer walked into their lives, and a father's unexplainable gut feeling may have saved them both. In the early evening of the 7th of May, 2008, a 65-year-old woman named Zvonka Telemakaska was in the kitchen of her small apartment in Kisevo, a quiet city in the southeastern European nation of North Macedonia. Kisevo is a peaceful place, nestled at the base of a huge mountain. It's beautiful, but also very remote. It's the kind of town where everybody knows everybody, and nothing of real note ever seems to happen. Zvonka worked as a cleaning lady to make ends meet. but on this particular day, she had the day off. She was just relaxing at home, waiting for her adult son, Zoran, to come over for dinner. It was a beautiful, warm spring evening, so Zvanka had the kitchen windows open as she moved about, preparing a simple meal for herself. At some point, her phone rang. She picked it up and answered, hearing the voice of a friend on the other end. But her friend's voice sounded strange. It was strained, panicked. The friend asked Zvanka if she was watching the news or listening to the radio. Zvanka said no and asked why. The friend then told her that there was a breaking news story all over the local channels. There had been a huge, terrible traffic accident right there in their town. And the friend said the reports were saying that Zvanka's son, Zoran, was involved. Zvanka let out a strangled cry. She dropped whatever she was holding, and without a second thought, she turned and ran out the front door of her apartment. As she burst outside, her next-door neighbor, who happened to be outside, saw her emerge looking frantic. The neighbor called out, "Hey, is everything okay?" Zvanka, who was already running towards the main road, just blurted out over her shoulder that her son was hurt and she was going to the hospital. The neighbor watched as Zvanka ran down the street, turned a corner, and disappeared from sight. Zvanka didn't own a car, so she was literally going to run all the way to the hospital to get to her son. A little while later, that same neighbor heard a knock on their door. The neighbor went and opened it and was completely shocked by who was standing on the doorstep. It was Zvanka's son, Zoran. He didn't have a scratch on him and didn't appear to be hurt in any way. Before the neighbor could even process what was happening, Zoran, who looked visibly confused, asked, "Hey, have you seen my mom? We were supposed to meet for dinner, and it's totally unlike her to just disappear without telling me where she was going." The neighbor just stared at Zoran for a second, trying to make sense of the situation. Then the neighbor asked, "Wait a minute, Zoran, were you in a car accident?" Zoran just looked back at them, completely bewildered. "No," he said. "What are you talking about?" The neighbor then explained what had happened just a short while ago. They told him how his mother had run out of her house in a panic, saying he had been in an accident and that she was running to the hospital. Now, it was Zoran's turn to be confused. He pulled out his phone and immediately called the local hospital to see if his mother was there. But when the hospital staff answered, they told Zoran two things. First, his mother was not there. She hadn't been there at all that day. And second, while they had heard rumors about a car accident in town, no victims from any such accident had been brought to the hospital. By the end of the night, Zoran had no idea where his mother was, what had happened to her, or what this whole story about a car accident was about. He did the only thing he could think to do. He went to the police and reported his mother, Zvanka, missing. 9 days later, on May 16th, Zvanka was still missing. The police had no leads, no new information, nothing. On that day, a 5-6-year-old local reporter named Vlado Taneski, who happened to live not far from Zvanka, got a call from one of his confidential sources inside the police department. The source told him something that wasn't yet public information. Zvanka had just been found. And unfortunately, she was dead. Her body, which had been brutally beaten, strangled, and stabbed, had been found wrapped in plastic bags and dumped in an illegal garbage dump not far from the town's football stadium. The source also told Vlado that when her body was found, she still had her valuables on her, which seemed to rule out robbery as a motive. This was the part that puzzled the police. When they had started looking into Zvanka's life, they discovered she was just a poor, elderly cleaning lady. She had no known enemies. It made absolutely no sense that she would be the victim of such a brutal, personal, and violent murder that wasn't financially motivated. Vlado thanked his source for the information and hung up the phone. His source had sounded completely shocked by the murder, but Vlado wasn't so much shocked as he was suspicious. He felt like something about the official story was off. Maybe on the surface, Zvanka was just a poor cleaning lady with no enemies, but maybe she was leading a secret life that got her killed. Or maybe she had stumbled onto something she wasn't supposed to see. Vlado had no idea, but his reporter's intuition was telling him there was a much bigger story here and it needed to be investigated. Vlado had a reputation in Kisevo for being an aggressive, fearless journalist. He wasn't afraid to dive headfirst into murky stories involving corruption or abuse of power. He would regularly publish articles that were highly critical of the government, the police, or anyone in a position of authority. As a result, over his 30-year career, he had been threatened with violence many times for the things he had written. But even though Vlado knew this Zvonka murder case had the potential to put him in hot water again, he felt it was his duty to get to the truth. Feeling determined, Vlado grabbed his notebook and pen, walked out of his house, and made the short walk over to Zvonka's apartment. When he got there, her son, Zoran, opened the door. Soon, the two men were sitting in the kitchen, and Zoran was telling Vlado the whole strange story. He told him about the planned dinner, about finding his mom gone, and about the neighbor's bizarre story of her running to the hospital because of a non-existent car accident. As Zoran spoke, Vlado took meticulous notes, asking pointed follow-up questions. By the end of the interview, Vlado felt like he had a pretty good working theory about what had really happened to Zvonka. And the key to his theory was something Zoran had told him about his mother, that she was a cleaning lady. It took Vlado a couple of days to put his story together. He interviewed dozens more people in the neighborhood. Finally, on May 19th, just 3 days after Zvonka's body was found, Vlado published his story in the newspaper. The headline was "Explosive. A serial killer stalks Kosovo." In the article, Vlado argued that Zvonka's murder was very likely not an isolated killing. Instead, he wrote, her murder was probably linked to the murders of 2 other women in their town. And these 2 other victims looked an awful lot like Zvonka. Not just in appearance, but in their lives. They were also poor older women who worked as cleaning ladies. This was the connection Vlado had made while interviewing Zoran. When Zoran described his mother, her age, and her profession, Vlado's mind had immediately gone to these other unsolved cases. The other 2 victims were 6-4-year-old Mitra Simjanoska, who was murdered in 2005, and 5-6-year-old Ljubica Lakoska, who was murdered in 2007. Vlado's story was a bombshell. It was the first time anyone had publicly suggested that a serial killer was operating in their quiet little town. But the story was also explosive for another reason. Vlado was intensely critical of the police. He pointed out that the murders in 2005 and 2007 had been completely mishandled. An arrest had even been made in one of the cases, but clearly, Vlado argued, they had arrested the wrong person because the killer was still out there. When the police read Vlado's story, they were furious with him for his public criticism. However, they also had to admit that Vlado had uncovered a lot of details from his interviews that did seem to point towards the possibility of a serial killer. So, based almost entirely on Vlado's reporting, the police officially linked all 3 murders and began a new, high-priority investigation into a potential serial killer in their midst. But at the same time, Vlado began to notice something strange. He was being followed. Wherever he went in town to do his job, there would be a police officer standing somewhere in the distance, just watching him. Vlado figured this was their way of intimidating him, a form of blowback for his critical article. He just accepted it as part of the job and continued his work. By early June, about 2 weeks after Zvonka's body was found, the police's new serial killer investigation had narrowed its suspect pool from hundreds of people down to just 3. They felt they were very close to making an arrest. About a month later, on June 20th, Vlado was still being tailed by police, and the police had not made any public statements about the case. That day, Vlado's editor at the newspaper got a call from a police officer. The officer told the editor that they were about to make an arrest in the serial killer case. As soon as the call ended, the editor tried to phone Vlado to give him the scoop. But Vlado didn't pick up, which was very unusual. Vlado always answered his phone. The editor also thought it was strange that the police source had called him, the editor, instead of Vlado, the reporter who had broken the story wide open. The editor tried calling Vlado several more times, but he never answered. The editor eventually just assumed that Vlado must have already heard about the imminent arrest from his own sources and was probably already on scene ready to report on it. Meanwhile, on a quiet street in Kosovo, police had surrounded a modest two-story home. It was overgrown with tall fir trees, and all the windows were covered with heavy drapes. Once the house was completely surrounded, a team of officers walked up to the front porch, knocked loudly on the door, and yelled for whoever was inside to come out with their hands up. For a moment, there was just tense silence. Then, the officers on the porch heard footsteps inside. They readied their weapons. The door slowly opened, and a man, who seemed unthreatening and confused, stepped out onto the porch. The police immediately arrested him and took him away. A few minutes later, back at the newspaper office, Vlado's editor got another phone call. It was the same police officer. This time, the officer was calling to say that the arrest had been made. They had caught their serial killer. Then, he told the editor the name of the person they had arrested. When the editor heard the name, he dropped the phone in shock. The serial killer was Vlado Tedeschi. It turned out that while Vlado appeared professional and calm on the outside, he was filled with an inner rage, specifically directed at his own mother, who had died in 2002 and who he viewed as a cruel and terrible person. After her death, he became obsessed with getting some kind of twisted revenge on her memory. His method was to find and kill random women who reminded him of his mother, poor, older, and working as cleaning ladies. All three of his victims, Mitra, Ljubika, and Zavanka, had actually known Vlado's mother personally. He had used that connection to gain each woman's trust before luring them to their deaths. Vlado had manipulated the entire narrative. In his explosive newspaper story, he had made things up to throw the police off his trail. For example, he invented a witness who claimed to have seen Zavanka get into a car with two men right before she vanished. That was a complete lie. He was also the one who had planted the fake story on the radio about Zoran's car accident. He had called his former colleagues at the radio station, and they had trusted him and broadcast the story without fact-checking. It was a deliberate, calculated trap to lure Zavanka out of her home. But what ultimately got Vlado caught was his own arrogance. In the very article that made him famous, he included specific details about the crime scenes that the police had never released to the public. For example, Vlado wrote that all three victims had been strangled with telephone cords that were left at the scene. This was a detail only the killer could have known. When the police read that, they immediately became suspicious of Vlado. The police officers who Vlado thought were tailing him to intimidate him were actually tailing him because he was their prime suspect. Eventually, they covertly obtained a DNA sample from him, and it was a match to evidence found at the crime scenes. He was the killer. After his arrest, Vlado was charged with 2 of the murders, and police were preparing to charge him with the 3rd, and were even looking into a possible 4th victim. But on June 23rd, just 3 days after his arrest, Vlado was found dead in his jail cell. The circumstances were bizarre. He had apparently drowned in a small bucket of water. There were 3 other inmates in the cell with him, all of whom claimed they didn't see or hear a thing. Officially, Vlado's death was ruled a suicide. And with his death, all of the murder investigations were closed forever. On a late winter afternoon in 1985, a Canadian border security guard stood at his post, watching the line of cars waiting to cross from New York State into Ontario, Canada. As he looked out at the faces of the travelers, he felt a heavy sense of responsibility. His job wasn't just about checking passports and asking about declared goods. It was about being a gatekeeper, about making sure that dangerous criminals from the United States didn't use Canada as a hiding place. And on this particular day, there was one very specific, very dangerous criminal he was on high alert for. His name was Alex Mangal. He was 30 years old. Just a few days earlier, Alex Mangal had been pulled over for a routine traffic stop by a police officer near New York City. During that stop, things had gone horribly wrong. Alex had somehow managed to get the officer's gun, and he had shot the officer in the head, killing him instantly. Alex then fled the scene and had been on the run ever since. Law enforcement on both sides of the border was on high alert. New York was only a 6-hour drive from the Canadian border, and authorities were deeply concerned that Alex would try to slip into Canada to escape. So, an alert had been sent out to all border security personnel. They were to be on the lookout for a 30-year-old white man with thinning brown hair and a wispy mustache. All day long, that Canadian border guard scrutinized every person who drove up to his checkpoint. He looked closely at every driver, every passenger. He saw a family on their way to visit relatives. He saw a young couple who said they were on their honeymoon. He saw a man whose car was packed to the brim with camping supplies. He saw a middle-aged woman traveling by herself. He saw dozens of different people from all walks of life. But none of them matched the description of Alex Mangal. By the end of his long shift, after checking car after car, he felt confident that the cop killer had not passed through his checkpoint. He clocked out and went home. A few days later, on March 2nd, a police officer was on patrol in a large shopping mall parking lot in Ontario, Canada, about an hour-and-a-half's drive from the border. As he was making his rounds, he noticed a particular car, a white Toyota, that seemed to be just loitering in the area for a long time. His suspicion piqued. He decided to drive over and check it out. As he pulled up alongside the Toyota, he looked inside and saw someone sitting in the passenger seat. It was a white man who looked to be in his 30s, with thinning brown hair and a wispy mustache. The officer immediately recognized him from the wanted posters. It was Alex Mangal. The officer grabbed his radio and called for backup, then he parked his cruiser, got out, and with his gun drawn, he cautiously approached the white Toyota. As he got closer to the passenger side door, the man inside turned and saw him. In a flash, the man jumped over into the driver's seat, fired up the engine, and the Toyota screeched out of the parking spot, speeding away. The officer sprinted back to his car and took off in pursuit. Within minutes, it seemed like the entire Toronto police force had joined the high-speed chase. They managed to funnel the fleeing car down a dead-end street. The white Toyota crashed into a stop sign, and the man with the mustache and thinning brown hair jumped out. At that point, cornered and with nowhere to go, he gave up without a fight. He was taken into custody. Law enforcement was incredibly relieved to have the dangerous cop killer in custody. But they were also completely baffled. How did Alex Mangal get past border security? Every single guard was on high alert, looking for a man with his exact description. How did he slip through? The police had no answers until they searched the white Toyota that Alex had been driving. Here is what they figured out. On the night Alex shot and killed the police officer, he had fled into a nearby wooded area and hidden there overnight. The next day, he was walking around and happened to pass by a commercial building. He saw a middle-aged woman named Beverly Capone come out of the building and walk towards her car in the otherwise empty parking lot. Alex approached her, abducted her at gunpoint, and forced her to drive to an isolated cabin he knew of deep in the woods. Once they were there, he murdered her. And then, he did something truly monstrous. After she was dead, he stole her clothes and put them on. And then, he cut off her face and her scalp, and he wore them as a mask and a wig. He was literally wearing her skin and her hair. Dressed as a middle-aged woman, he got into her white Toyota and drove the 6 hours north to the Canadian border. He pulled up to the checkpoint, and he got through without anyone giving him a second look. It turned out that the Canadian border security guard, who had been so diligently looking for Alex Mangal all day, had in fact seen Alex Mangal. He just didn't recognize him. Because when Alex Mangal drove up to the checkpoint, he was wearing Beverly Capone's face, her hair, and her clothes. The guard saw what he believed was just a middle-aged woman traveling alone, and he waved him through into Canada. The police pieced this all together when they searched the white Toyota after his arrest. Lying on the floorboard of the car, they found Beverly's dress, her scalp, and her face. Alex was deported back to the United States to stand trial for the murder of the police officer. However, before he could face justice, he attempted to escape from a prison transport vehicle. In the ensuing chaos, he was shot and killed by police. But that wasn't the end of Alex's story. Following his death, investigators continued to look into his past and search his property. During one of these searches, they made a disturbing discovery. They found a collection of photographs of unidentified women, along with several maps of New York and Pennsylvania. On these maps, various isolated remote locations were circled. No one knows what these maps or photos mean. Police have never been able to conclusively link Alex to any other murders, but he remains a person of interest in several unsolved disappearance cases. In fact, many investigators believe that Alex Mangold wasn't just a cop killer. They believe he was actually a serial killer. But because he took all of his secrets to the grave, we will probably never know for sure how many people he actually killed. On the morning of the 2nd of February 2012, a young man pulled his car off a 4-lane highway in Anchorage, Alaska, and into a large, snowy parking lot. He drove past dozens of parked cars until he reached a small, standalone shack that was painted a bright teal color. This was a popular drive-through coffee shop called Common Grounds, and the young man worked there as a barista. After he parked, he walked up to the white employee entrance door, pulled out his key, and went to unlock it. But as he turned the key, he realized the door was already unlocked. He knew the person who had worked the closing shift the previous night. It was an 18-year-old girl named Samantha Koenig. She had only been working at Common Grounds for about a month, but she always seemed very responsible. She had never forgotten to lock up before. The young man shrugged it off. People make mistakes. He pushed the door open and went inside. Right away, he noticed that things seemed out of place. The small kiosk was a mess. It looked like Samantha had just left in the middle of her shift without cleaning up at all. There were napkins scattered on the floor, used towels were left out on the counter, and dirty cups were still sitting by the espresso machine. As the young man walked over to the cash register to get it ready for the morning rush, he tried to run through scenarios in his head that could explain why Samantha had been so sloppy. He reached down with his key to unlock the cash register, and just like the front door, it was already unlocked. He pulled out the cash tray. All the money was gone. And that's when it hit him. They had been robbed. He immediately picked up the phone and called his boss. The night before, Samantha had arranged for her boyfriend, Dwayne, to pick her up after her shift ended. Dwayne arrived at the Common Grounds kiosk at around 8:30 p.m., which was 30 minutes after her shift was supposed to be over. He had gotten held up at his own job, which was why he was late. When he pulled into the parking lot, he looked around for Samantha but didn't see her anywhere. The coffee shack itself was completely dark. It looked like it had been closed up for the night. Dwayne got out of his truck and walked through the freezing cold air up to the kiosk's service window. He pressed his face against the cold glass and peered inside, but he couldn't see anyone. His mind immediately went to the fight they'd had earlier that night over text message. She had accused him of cheating on her, and he had been dismissive about it, which had led to a really ugly argument. As Dwayne walked back to his truck, he thought to himself, maybe Samantha just didn't want to see him because of the fight. Maybe she had called her dad or a friend to get a ride home at the end of her shift, and that's why she wasn't here waiting for him. He got back inside his truck and sent a text message to Samantha asking if she was okay and if she had gotten home. But after several minutes passed with no response, his worry started to grow. Even though they were fighting, he cared deeply about her. He decided he had to go by her house just to make sure she was there and that she was safe. A few minutes later, he pulled up to her house and knocked on the door. Her father, James, a single dad, answered. Dwayne explained that he couldn't find Samantha after her shift and was just checking to see if she was home. But James said, "She's not here. I haven't spoken to her. I have no idea where she is." The two men went into James's kitchen and sat down at the table. They both started calling and texting Samantha, trying to figure out where she was. After a couple of minutes, Dwayne's phone lit up. It was a text message from Samantha's number. The message made it clear that she was still very angry with him. It said that she needed some time to think and that she was going to stay with some friends for a couple of days. It also asked if he, Dwayne, would please let her father know where she was. Dwayne showed the text message to James. Samantha's father read it and immediately felt that something was wrong. This was very uncharacteristic of his daughter. He had raised Samantha on his own since she was 2 years old, and they were incredibly close. They told each other everything. It made no sense that she wouldn't contact him directly to say she was going to be with friends. And it made even less sense that she would be ignoring all of his worried phone calls and text messages. The two men stayed up late into the night, calling and texting, hoping for another message from Samantha, but she never responded again. The following morning, with still no word from his daughter, James went to the Anchorage Police Department and filed a missing person report. After receiving the report, an Anchorage police officer called the owner of the Common Grounds coffee shop to ask about Samantha. The owner said that, coincidentally, she had just gotten a call from her morning barista informing her that the kiosk had been robbed overnight and that no one had been able to get in touch with Samantha. The owner told the officer that as soon as she could get the security footage from the previous night, she would send it over to the police. While they waited for the footage, some officers started calling Samantha's friends and family, but no one had seen or heard from her. Other officers went to the Common Grounds kiosk to investigate the scene. They found no signs of a struggle either inside or outside the small building. They also noted that there was a silent panic button located under the counter, which had not been pressed. So, even though Samantha's father felt that her final text message was strange, the police began to operate under the initial theory that Samantha had robbed the kiosk herself and had run away. But this theory had problems. What confounded the police was how Samantha would have physically left the area. She didn't have a car that night, and the weather was brutally cold, far too cold to have just walked away. Anchorage isn't a very walkable city to begin with. And if she really was just taking a few days to be with friends, why did none of her friends know where she was? This question was answered later that day when the owner of the coffee shop sent over the security footage. The footage, which had no audio, started around 8 p.m. on February 1st, the night Samantha went missing. It showed Samantha inside the kiosk, working alone. She seemed cheerful, busy, serving customers. Then, at some point, someone who is just out of the camera's view comes up to the window and orders a drink. Samantha turns to them, acknowledges the order, and then turns her back to make the drink. When she finishes, she turns back to the window to hand it to the person, and in that instant, her entire demeanor changes. She immediately steps back and puts her hands up in the air. A few seconds later, she reaches over and turns off all the lights inside the kiosk, plunging the interior into darkness. Then, she gets down on her knees with her back to the window. She stays in that position, unmoving, for about a minute. Then, she slowly stands up and walks towards the cash register. She opens it, scoops out all the money, walks back to the window, and appears to hand the cash to a shadowy figure on the other side. Then, Samantha turns and kneels down again, with her back to the window. 2 more minutes pass. Then, the person outside the window leans their entire upper body through the small service window. They reach down and appear to be tying Samantha's hands behind her back. Because it was so dark inside the kiosk, the footage is extremely grainy, making it impossible to identify the person. But it's clearly a male, wearing a large hooded sweatshirt with the hood up and a hat pulled down low over his face. After he's finished tying Samantha's hands, the man leaps entirely through the window, landing inside the kiosk. He then shuts the window behind him. He pulls Samantha to her feet, puts what looks like a gun into her back, and marches her towards the employee door. He leads her out the door, across the snowy parking lot, to a white pickup truck. He puts her inside, and they drive off into the night. Over the next couple of days, the police and the FBI, who were now involved, hit one dead end after another. They had no physical evidence, no fingerprints, nothing. All they had was the grainy surveillance footage that didn't show the kidnapper's face. Meanwhile, Samantha's father, James, rallied the entire city of Anchorage to help search for his daughter. His passionate efforts attracted national news coverage, and soon Samantha's story was everywhere. Strangers donated thousands of dollars to a reward fund for information leading to her whereabouts. But despite the growing reward and the national media attention, no one came forward with any useful information. And there was still no word from Samantha or her captor. Then, on February 24th, 3 weeks after Samantha had been taken, Dwayne got another text message from her phone. It directed him to a specific sign in a nearby public park. Dwayne and James immediately shared the text with the police and then raced to the park, actually getting there about 15 minutes before the authorities. They walked through the gates, down a main trail, and stopped in front of the sign. It was a community bulletin board, and tacked to the board was a Ziploc bag. Inside the bag was a typed ransom note. And Xeroxed onto the note was a black and white photo of Samantha. In the photo, Samantha looked dazed. She had a blank expression on her face, and she wasn't looking directly at the camera, but just off to the side. In the photo, a man's hand was visible, holding up a copy of the Anchorage Daily News newspaper, dated the 13th of February, 2012. It was a proof-of-life photo. Her captor was proving that she was still alive as of 11 days ago. For James and everyone involved, this was a small, agonizing bit of relief. At least she had been alive last week. The ransom note demanded that James deposit $30,000 into his daughter's bank account. If he did, she would be released 6 months later. On the advice of the FBI, James deposited a small portion of the ransom money into Samantha's account. Then, the FBI just waited and watched. They knew that if anyone tried to use her debit card, they could track the location of the transaction. A few days later, 3 separate withdrawals were made from ATMs within Anchorage. Each time, the FBI was notified and rushed to the location, but whoever was making the withdrawals was long gone by the time they arrived. Security footage from the ATMs showed a man wearing a ski mask and large sunglasses, making it impossible to identify him. After those 3 withdrawals, the account went silent for over a week. There was still no word from Samantha. Then, on March 7th, more withdrawals were made, but this time they were in Arizona, then Mexico, and then Texas. Again, authorities would rush to the ATMs, but they were always just a few minutes too late. But this time, they got a break. In one of the surveillance videos from a Texas ATM, they spotted the car the masked man got into before he drove away. It was a small white sedan, a Ford Focus, and they saw him get on a highway heading east. An alert was put out to law enforcement in that part of Texas to be on the lookout for that car. On March 13th, a Texas state trooper spotted the white Ford Focus parked in a hotel parking lot. He waited nearby. A short time later, a man in his 30S came out of a hotel room, walked to the car, and got in. The trooper followed him as he pulled out onto the road. He was looking for any reason to pull him over. He clocked the car with his radar gun and saw it was going 2 miles per hour over the speed limit. That was enough. He flipped on his lights and pulled the car over. The trooper walked up to the driver's side window. The man inside was calm. The trooper asked for his license. The man handed him an Alaska driver's license. His name was Israel Keys. He was 34 years old, and he lived in Anchorage. The trooper knew this was their guy. He called for backup, and soon, Keys was in custody. A search of his car turned up a ski mask, clothes that matched the description from the ATM videos, a gun, Samantha's cell phone, and her debit card. After his arrest, Keys initially denied any involvement in Samantha's disappearance. But when presented with the overwhelming evidence against him, he caved. He said he would tell them the whole story of what happened to Samantha, but only if they met his demands: an Americano coffee, a peanut butter Snickers bar, and a cigar. Once the investigators provided these items, he began to talk. And the story he told was so disturbing, so graphically violent, that the FBI has still not released the full transcript of his confession to the public. Here is what happened, based on the details that have been made public. On February 1st, Israel Keys had decided to rob the Common Grounds coffee kiosk. He walked up to the window expecting to find a teenager working inside, and he was right. It was Samantha. He ordered an Americano. But as she turned her back to make his drink, his plan suddenly changed. He wasn't just going to steal money. He was going to steal Samantha. When she turned back and handed him the drink, he pulled out his gun and told her it was a robbery. He forced her to turn off the lights, get on the ground, and hand over the money. Then he tied her hands, jumped inside the kiosk, stuffed napkins in her mouth to keep her quiet, and marched her out to his truck. Once they were in the vehicle, he told her that if she tried to escape or scream, he would kill her. He said she was very obedient and composed, despite being terrified. Keyes then took her phone and sent the text message to her boyfriend, Dwayne, creating the lie that she was with friends. He told Samantha he was holding her for ransom. She told him her family was poor and they wouldn't be able to pay much. Keyes replied, "Don't worry, they'll find a way." He drove around Anchorage for hours, then eventually went back to his own house. He made Samantha lie down in the back seat and covered her with tarps, telling her he would kill her if she moved. Then he went inside his house, where his 10-year-old daughter and his girlfriend were fast asleep. He was scheduled to leave with his daughter in just a few hours for a 2-week-long luxury cruise to New Orleans. Keyes went back out to his truck, put a blindfold on Samantha, and led her to a shed in his backyard. Inside, he sat her on a bucket and tied a rope around her neck, anchoring it to the wall behind her so she couldn't move. He cranked up a radio to mask any noise she might make, and told her again that he would kill her if she screamed. He gave her a couple of cigarettes and told her everything was going to be fine, that as soon as he got the ransom money, he would let her go. He turned on a couple of space heaters to keep her from freezing, then he left and locked the shed door. He went back inside, had some wine, and then a little while later went back out to the shed with a cup of water for her. He told investigators that Samantha asked him if he had spoken to her father about the ransom. Keyes lied and said yes, that everything was going according to plan. Then, in a moment of unimaginable cruelty, he untied her wrists and took the rope from around her neck. For a brief second, Samantha must have thought her nightmare was over. But then, Keyes grabbed her and tied her up again, much more tightly this time. He told investigators he just wanted to see the look on her face when she realized she was never going to be let go. He said that as he was tying her up the second time, she had a look of total resignation. She knew what was about to happen. After tying her up, he went back inside one last time to make sure his daughter and girlfriend were still asleep. They were. He went back to the shed. He assaulted Samantha. Afterwards, as he was getting dressed, she looked up at him and asked, "Are you going to kill me?" He said, "Yes, I am." Shortly before 4 a.m., he killed her. He told investigators she never made a sound. After she was dead, he left her body in the shed, went inside his house, and took a shower. Then he woke up his daughter and told her to get ready for their trip. While she was getting ready, he went back out to the shed, rolled Samantha's body in a tarp, and pushed it into a corner. He turned off the heaters and the music, locked the shed, and went back inside to make his daughter breakfast. At 5 a.m., a taxi picked them up, and they left for the airport to begin their 2-week vacation. When he returned from the cruise, Keyes went back into the shed. He unrolled Samantha's body from the tarp. He then dressed her in new clothes, applied makeup to her face, braided her hair, and then used thread to stitch her eyelids open to make it look like she was alive and alert in a photograph. He held up the newspaper next to her and took the picture that would become the proof-of-life photo in the ransom note. After that, he dismembered her body and dumped the pieces in a frozen lake nearby. It turned out Samantha was not Israel Keyes' first victim. He was a prolific serial killer who preyed on completely random people for the thrill of it. For years, he had been burying kill kits all over the United States. These were caches filled with guns, zip ties, and tools for disposing of bodies. This way, no matter where he was in the country, if he got the urge to kill, he could just dig up his nearest kit and go hunting for a random stranger. He told investigators that the moment he saw Samantha in the coffee kiosk, he knew he was going to kill her. The robbery, the ransom, it was all just an elaborate lie to control her and give her false hope. Keyes admitted to killing Samantha and an older couple in Vermont, but in December of 2012, before he could name any of his other victims, he took his own life in his jail cell. To this day, no one knows for sure how many people Israel Keyes killed. The best guess, based on a drawing of 11 skulls that he made in his cell, is at least 11. But it's just a guess. The true number of his victims is a secret he took to the grave. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. One cold morning in early 2014, sheriff's deputies drove deep into the forests of rural Oregon to search a remote 20-acre farm connected to the disappearance of a local man named Robert Haney. The property was hidden at the end of a long dirt road surrounded by dense trees so isolated that most people in town rarely ever went near it. Robert had last been seen living and working there before suddenly vanishing without a trace. At first, the search moved slowly and quietly. Deputies spread out across the property, checking the animal pens, the barn, and the muddy paths cutting through the woods. But near the barn, one deputy suddenly stopped after spotting something strange lying in the grass. From a distance, he couldn't tell what he was looking at. But the closer he got, the more disturbing it became. What that deputy had just discovered would expose a horrifying secret hidden on that farm for years. Because the woman who owned the property, Susan Monica, had spent most of her life trying to escape the world around her. By most people's standards, Susan Monica's life had been a success. She had a good, solid career working as an engineer. She lived in one of the most vibrant cities in the world, San Francisco, California. She even had a small but loyal group of close friends, but Susan wasn't truly happy. Living in a big city was never really her dream. It was more a consequence of her career path, a place she ended up rather than a place she chose. Deep down, Susan craved peace and quiet. She was the kind of person who preferred being alone, and those things were incredibly hard to find in a bustling metropolis like San Francisco. Many evenings, she would return to her apartment after a long day at work, and she'd just sit there, dreaming. She dreamed of escaping the city, of buying a piece of land somewhere remote and living completely off the grid. She imagined raising her own food, being totally self-sufficient, and most importantly, being far away from everyone else. And then one day, in 1991, Susan decided to stop dreaming and start doing. She was 43 years old, and she made her dream a reality. That year, she found and purchased a 20-acre property tucked away in a forest near a small town in Oregon called Weimar. Now, when you hear the word farm, you probably picture a house and a big red barn, but this property wasn't really a farm yet. There was nothing on it. There was no house for Susan to live in. There was no barn for animals or to store tools. There was no running water, no electricity, and no septic system. It was just 20 acres of pure, untouched Oregon wilderness. But for Susan, it was absolutely perfect. The location guaranteed her the solitude she craved, and she actually liked the idea of having to build her own farm from the ground up. She was an engineer, after all. She knew how to construct buildings safely and efficiently. And she was a strong, sturdy woman who wasn't afraid of hard physical labor. So, when Susan finally packed up her life in San Francisco and arrived in Weimar, she drove her car up the winding dirt road through the dense forest and stopped in front of her land. As she looked out at the vast, rugged landscape, she felt a rush of excitement. Even though it was just empty land, it already felt like home. Over the next several months, Susan put her skills to work. She poured her energy into transforming that empty patch of wilderness. She designed and built a large barn. She constructed a small, simple shack for herself to live in. She put up fences and built a few animal pens for the livestock she planned to raise. Slowly but surely, her vision was coming to life. But after the main structures were built, Susan came to a tough realization. Building the farm was one thing, but maintaining it was a whole different challenge. The day-to-day work was relentless. Every single day, she had to get up and do all the chores, feed the animals, and work on the countless other projects she had planned. It was physically exhausting, and she was doing it all by herself. So, not long after her farm was up and running, Susan had to accept that as much as she wanted to be totally alone out there, she couldn't do it. She had to set aside her preference for solitude and hire some help. Susan started by creating simple, handwritten, help-wanted flyers. She drove into Weimar and posted them all over town on bulletin boards and in shop windows. Before long, people started making the journey up the long dirt road to her property to ask about the job. Most of the people who applied were folks who had a hard time finding steady work elsewhere. Some of them lived a transient lifestyle, moving from place to place, which made it hard for employers to hire them for long-term positions. Others had criminal records that made it almost impossible to get a job through normal channels. But Susan didn't really care about any of that. Her requirements were simple. She just wanted people who would work hard, show up on time, and respect the peaceful, quiet atmosphere she was trying to create on her farm. The basic understanding was, you do your work and you leave me alone. Over the next 2 decades, Susan found dozens, if not hundreds of people who fit that description perfectly. Most of her workers only stayed for a short time, maybe a few weeks or a couple of months, before moving on to whatever was next for them. A few stuck around for a bit longer, but eventually all of Susan's workers rotated out pretty quickly. And whenever someone left, Susan would just go back into town, put up some more help-wanted flyers, and the cycle would begin again. In all the 20 years she had been hiring these temporary workers, once they left her farm, Susan never heard from them again. They just disappeared back into the world. But that was about to change. On the 1st of January 2014, Susan, who was now 66 years old, was outside her shack, probably getting ready to start her morning chores. She happened to look up and saw a car coming up her long private road. This was a highly unusual event. Remember, she lived in the middle of nowhere specifically to avoid people. Unannounced visitors were practically unheard of. So, Susan watched intently as the car approached and pulled into her driveway. 3 young people got out. It was 2 young men and 1 young woman. Before Susan could even say anything, before she could ask who they were or what they wanted, they started explaining. They told her they were looking for their father, a man named Robert Haney. They said that at one point he had told them he was working on Susan's farm. The deal was he'd do odd jobs in exchange for a little cash, and Susan was also letting him park his camper on her property so he had a place to live. The kids explained that their father always checked in with them at least once every couple of months. But a very long time had passed, and they hadn't heard a single word from him. Since he didn't own a cell phone and didn't have a permanent address, they had no other way of getting in touch with him. So, they had decided to come out looking for him themselves just to make sure he was okay. They asked Susan, "Do you remember our dad, Robert? And if you do you have any idea where he might be?" The whole situation was surprising for Susan. Just having visitors was jarring enough. But when she heard them say their dad's name, Robert Haney, she knew exactly who they were talking about. Susan told them that yes, she remembered their father. She had hired him the previous spring to help her build a new structure on the farm. She explained that at first, Robert was great to have around. He was a hard worker, he mostly kept to himself, and he had a really friendly dog that she liked. But then, she told them, in August of the previous year, about 5 months into his employment, Robert completely changed. He started drinking very heavily. He wasn't really working much anymore. He would spend most of the day just ranting and raving outside of his camper. He was obsessed with getting revenge on someone. Susan eventually learned what he was so upset about. Apparently, one of his children had been assaulted, and Robert was overwhelmed with guilt for not being there to protect his child. His way of coping with that guilt was by drinking and talking constantly about getting even with the person responsible. Susan told the kids that while she understood why their father was so upset, his behavior had become incredibly disruptive. The one thing she valued above all else was peace and quiet on her farm, and Robert was destroying that. She decided she had to confront him about his behavior and tell him that if he couldn't calm down, she would have to let him go. But, as Susan explained, she never got the chance to have that conversation. Because one day, Robert just walked right up to her shack. He handed her an envelope full of cash and asked her if she would mind looking after his dog for a while. Susan was so taken aback by this sudden change in his demeanor and this strange request that she just took the envelope and said, "Okay, I'll look after your dog." Robert nodded, said thank you, and then turned and walked away. A few moments later, as Susan stood there holding the envelope, she saw Robert climbing into a white car that had just pulled up at the end of her driveway. She didn't recognize the car and had no idea who was driving it. Then the car turned around and drove off down the road, out of sight. Susan told the kids that this had happened back in September, about 4 months ago. Since that day, she hadn't seen or heard from him at all, even though she still had his dog. She also told them that a lot of Robert's belongings were still inside his camper. Susan then led the kids over to the part of her property where Robert's camper was parked. When they stepped inside, they saw that she was right. All of their father's things were scattered around, just as if he had only stepped out for a moment. But one item immediately caught their attention: their father's tool belt. They knew their dad was a traveling handyman. That tool belt was essential to how he made a living. So it raised a very serious question. Why would he leave his most important possession behind if he knew he was going to be gone for months? It just didn't make any sense. After looking through the camper, the kids thanked Susan for her time and asked her to please get in touch if she heard anything at all about their dad. She promised she would. Then the three of them got back in their car. But instead of heading home, they began driving south towards the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. When they arrived, they went inside and asked to file a missing person report for their father. They quickly learned, however, that finding him was going to be extremely difficult. Their dad lived a transient lifestyle with no cell phone, no permanent address, nothing that could be easily traced. But the investigators did agree with Robert's children that his disappearance was very concerning. The last known information about him was that he was drinking heavily and talking about getting revenge on his child's attacker. The sheriff and his deputies were worried that Robert might have actually done it. He could have gone out and seriously hurt or even killed someone and was now in hiding to avoid being caught. So they asked Robert's kids to think hard. Was there anything at all, any little detail that could possibly help them track him down? After a moment, one of the kids had an idea. What about my dad's EBT card? EBT cards, or electronic benefit transfer cards, are basically like debit cards that are used for state welfare services. People use them to buy essentials like groceries, and most importantly, every transaction is electronically recorded and traceable. It was a long shot, but it was the only lead they had. A few days later, the trace results for Robert's EBT card came back. The investigators saw that the card had been used just 1 month earlier at a Walmart located about a 30-minute drive southwest of Susan's farm. Now, this trace didn't tell them where Robert was at that exact moment or what condition he was in, but it was something. With no other leads to go on, they decided their next move was to go to that Walmart and see what they could find out. When they got there, the investigators were led into a back room where they could review the security camera footage from the previous month, from the day the EBT card was used. They settled in for a long session, carefully watching hours and hours of footage, looking for any sign of Robert Haney, but they never saw him. Not once. They did, however, see someone they recognized. In a moment that changed everything, they saw Susan Monica on camera. And unbelievably, she was the one using Robert Haney's EBT card. This was obviously incredibly suspicious. Right away, the investigators left the Walmart, drove back to their office, and immediately began the process of getting a search warrant for Susan Monica's farm. A few days later, on January 10th, the sheriff and a team of deputies arrived at the property. As their vehicles pulled up the long driveway, Susan came out of her shack to greet them. When she asked what was going on, they told her they were there to search her property in connection with Robert Haney's disappearance. Before Susan could ask any more questions, the sheriff held up a hand and said, "Hold on. Let's go back inside. I need to talk to you privately." Susan, who looked very shocked by all of this, simply nodded and said, "Okay." She turned around and led the sheriff into her house while the other deputies fanned out across the 20 acres to begin the search. Once they were inside Susan's house, they sat down at her kitchen table. The sheriff got straight to the point. He looked at Susan and said, "Okay, I have you on camera using Robert's EBT card. I know you stole it. You need to tell me where Robert is right now, or this is going to get a whole lot worse for you." As soon as he said this, the look of shock on Susan's face melted away and was replaced with a look of something like relief. It was as if she suddenly understood what this was all about. She looked at the sheriff and said, No, I didn't steal his card." She then repeated the story she'd told Robert's kids. She said he gave her the EBT card along with an envelope full of cash right before he left 4 months ago. He told her to use the money and the card to buy food for his dog, which she was still looking after. She explained that she had used up all the cash he had given her, so she had recently started using the EBT card just as he had instructed. Susan also added a crucial detail. She pointed out that if she had just stolen the card, she wouldn't have been able to use it because it requires a PIN. She told the sheriff that Robert had given her the PIN number, and that's how she was able to make purchases. The sheriff wasn't entirely convinced by her story. He continued to press her, asking more questions, trying to find a hole in her explanation of how she got the card. But Susan was firm. She stuck to her story that Robert had given her the card, and that was that. After several more minutes of questioning, the sheriff started to realize that Susan was probably telling the truth. Her story was consistent, and it made a certain kind of sense. This meant that the EBT card, which had been their only solid lead, was likely a dead end. It seemed the search of the property was going to turn up nothing. But just as the sheriff was getting up from the table, ready to call off the search and leave, one of his deputies from outside came running into the kitchen. Without saying a word to Susan, the deputy leaned down and whispered something urgently into the sheriff's ear. As the sheriff listened, his face twisted into an expression of disbelief and disgust. After the deputy straightened up and left the kitchen, the sheriff took a deep breath. He turned and looked at Susan with a completely different expression. And he said, "Ma'am, you're going to have to come with us." Back at the station, a now very confused and flustered Susan was led into a small, bare interrogation room. She sat down, looking around anxiously, clearly wondering what was happening. A few moments later, the sheriff walked into the room, turned on the recording camera, sat down across from her, and asked a single chilling question. "Has anyone died on your property?" The story that Susan would tell the sheriff that day was so bizarre and so horrific that it would soon make news reports all across the country. But before she began, she insisted that everything she had told them so far about Robert Haney's disappearance had been the truth. However, she admitted she had left out one very important detail. She claimed that after Robert handed her the envelope and the EBT card, and after he got into that stranger's car and drove away, he had, at some point, come back to her farm. And she said she only recently discovered his return. According to Susan, one morning she got up and went outside to feed her animals, just like any other day. But as she approached the pig pen, she saw that all the pigs, who would normally be lazy and lounging around at that time, were all on their feet. They were gathered together in one corner of the pen, and they had formed a tight circle around something on the ground, as if they were all trying to get a look at it. Susan said this was totally out of character for them, so she knew something was wrong. She dropped the food she was carrying and rushed over to the fence. She climbed into the pig pen, and as she got closer to the huddle of pigs, she realized they weren't just looking at something on the ground. They were eating something on the ground. So Susan pushed her way into the ring of pigs, pulling them aside one by one. And there, in the middle of them, on the muddy ground, was Robert. He was lying on his back. His insides had been torn out. It looked like the pigs were disemboweling him. And the most shocking part, Susan claimed, was that Robert was still alive. She could see him moving his arm and hear him groaning. Susan said she tried to pull the pigs off of him, but they were in a feeding frenzy. They kept coming back, aggressively continuing to eat him. She said she thought about trying to lift him up and move him to safety, but he was practically torn in two. She felt that trying to move him would have killed him anyway. So, Susan said, she did what she thought was the right thing to do at that moment. She left the pig pen, ran to the barn, and grabbed a shotgun. Then she ran back to the pen, raised the weapon, and fired it into Robert. Susan insisted to the sheriff that this was purely an act of mercy. She was just ending his suffering. After Robert was dead, Susan said she just left his body in the pig pen. 3 days later, she went back into the pen with some bags and collected what little was left of Robert that the pigs hadn't eaten. Then she said she took those bags of remains and just tossed them onto a trash pile inside her barn. But there was a problem with her story. The remains hadn't stayed in the barn. The thing that the deputy had whispered into the sheriff's ear back in Susan's kitchen was, "Sir, we found a leg outside. It was Robert's leg." And it wasn't found in the barn on a trash pile. It was found out in the open, in the middle of her property. When the sheriff confronted Susan with this fact, she just shrugged and suggested that maybe a wild animal had gotten into the barn, found the remains, and dragged the leg out into the field. The sheriff was stunned, and he didn't even know what to ask next. Finally, he just said, "Why didn't you call 911 when you first saw Robert? Maybe he could have been saved. Or at the very least, why didn't you tell someone after he was dead?" Susan's answer was that she was afraid. She was afraid that if word got out about what her pigs had done, the authorities would come and euthanize them. She said she would lose a major source of her income because she sold her pig's meat in town. And even if they weren't euthanized, she was worried that no one in town would want to buy her meat after learning that her pigs attacked and ate people. Susan told the sheriff exactly where in the barn he could find the bags containing the rest of Robert's remains. She even offered to take a polygraph test to prove that she was now telling the complete and honest truth. But when she actually sat down for the polygraph test, her behavior was very strange. She kept fidgeting and coughing and letting out these long, dramatic sighs. Her movements were making it impossible for the test operator to get an accurate reading. When the first test was over, the results were ruled inconclusive. So, the investigators had her take another test. But again, she kept fidgeting and yawning and disrupting the machine. Finally, the investigators watching the test just called it off. They walked into the room and said to Susan, "We are going to search every inch of your farm. If there is anything else on that property that you haven't told us about, you are going to be in very serious trouble. Because we will find it." At that point, Susan stopped fidgeting. She looked up at the investigators, and after a long, silent pause, she reached across the table and grabbed a piece of paper and a pen. She pulled them towards her and began to draw. After a few seconds, it became clear that she was drawing a map of her farm. When she finished the drawing, she made a big X in the middle of it. Then she slid the map back across the table to the investigators. She looked at them and said, "If you go to that X, you'll find Stephen." The investigators were confused. "Who's Stephen?" they asked. "We're talking about Robert." It turned out that Robert Haney was not the only farmhand to have died on Susan Monica's property. In 2012, about a year before she hired Robert, Susan had hired another man named Stephen Delacino. And according to Susan, Stephen's story was a lot like Robert's. He was easy to get along with at first, he was quiet, and he was a hard worker. But at some point, Susan said, they had a major falling out. She told investigators she started to suspect that Stephen was stealing guns from her barn. So she went to confront him about it. During this confrontation, they got into a huge fight. Susan claimed she didn't remember all the details of what happened next, but she said that at some point during the fight, a gun went off, Stephen fell to the ground in the middle of the pig pen, bleeding from his head. And then, just like with Robert, all of Susan's pigs suddenly swarmed him and began to eat him. The stunned investigators asked her the same question again. If that's really what happened, why didn't you call 911? If it was an accident? And Susan gave them the exact same answer. She said her biggest fear was that her pigs would be euthanized, or that word would get out that her pigs ate people and no one in town would ever buy her pork again. In the end, as wild and unbelievable as Susan's stories were about what happened to Robert Haney and Stephen Delacino, there was no physical evidence that directly contradicted her claims. And so, when Susan went on trial for murdering both men, the case came down to a simple question. Did the jury believe her? And they did not. Not for a second. The jury believed that Susan was lying about everything. They concluded that in reality, Susan, who was known to have a very quick and volatile temper, shot Stephen and shot Robert deliberately. They believed it was cold-blooded murder. And then she threw their bodies into her pig pen as a gruesome way to dispose of the evidence. We can only hope that both men were already dead before her pigs began to eat them. On the 21st of April 2015, more than a year after Robert's children had first reported him missing, Susan Monica was convicted of 2 counts of murder, one for Robert and one for Stephen. She was also convicted on 2 counts of abusing a corpse. She was sentenced to a minimum of 50 years in prison. While she was in custody, Susan was overheard at one point claiming that there were 17 other bodies buried on her property. The police took this claim very seriously and went back out to the farm to conduct another, even more extensive search. But they never found any other human remains. We may never know if that was just one final cruel lie from a convicted killer, or if there are more secrets still buried on that isolated farm in Oregon. Long after Susan Monica was sentenced to prison, investigators still wondered whether the full truth about that farm had ever really come to light. Maybe it never will. Let me know your thoughts on today's case in the comments below. Until next time. Bill Vail has always been an incredibly scientifically minded person. He's the kind of guy who trusts data, logic, and proven facts. He's had technical jobs his entire life, jobs that required precision and a clear analytical mind. For 15 years, he worked for NASA as a robotics engineer. He even spent some time as a pilot for NASA. If you ask his family and friends, they'll tell you with respect that Bill sort of lacks an imagination. He's not a creative person. He's pragmatic, he's to the point, and he's all about facts. He doesn't have time for anything that can't be explained or proven. In 2002, Bill's life took an unexpected turn. He and his wife separated, and the change caught him completely off guard. It threw him into something of a midlife crisis. For years, his work at NASA had been the most fulfilling part of his life, but now, with his family life crumbling, a huge void opened up. He started questioning everything. He looked around and thought, what am I even doing all this for? I don't have a family anymore. So, he made a big decision. He decided to move back to his hometown of Arlington, Texas, where his younger brother lived. He needed a fresh start, a way to reset his life. Once he got to Arlington, things started to feel a little bit better. Having family around made him feel less lonely. He wasn't sure what he wanted to do with his career long term, so he took a job at his brother's water purification company. It was a way to keep busy, to do something productive while he figured out his next steps. It was a big change from being a robotics engineer at NASA, but he found that working day in and day out with his brother was comforting. It was exactly what he needed at that moment in his life. He was just settling in, trying to build a new routine for himself. Bill had only been living in Arlington for a couple of months and had been at the water purification company for just a few weeks. One Saturday, a house call came into the company. It was late in the day and nobody really wanted to take it. Bill saw it as an opportunity. He figured he'd take one for the team, make a good impression on his new coworkers. So, he volunteered for the job. Part of his role was to go to customers' homes and demonstrate how to install and use their new water purification system. It was a straightforward task, something he could do easily. But this particular house call started off a little strange. The dispatcher at the company pulled him aside. She told him, "Hey, listen, this is a bit weird, but the person who called was very specific. They were adamant that you have to be there at exactly 5 o'clock. Not a minute earlier, not a minute later. It was only about 3 in the afternoon at that point." Bill asked her what he was supposed to do for the next 2 hours. She just shrugged and said, "I don't know. Go grab a bite to eat or something. Just make sure you are there right at 5. So that's what he did. He thought it was an odd request, but a customer is a customer. He drove around for a while, killed some time, and then parked his car down the street from the address. He watched the clock. A couple of minutes before 5, he got out of his car and started walking over to the property. It was a big brick house. As he walked up the path, right around 4:59 p.m., he started to hear something. He could hear screaming coming from inside the house. As he got closer to the front door, he could tell it was slightly ajar, not fully latched. The sound was a woman's voice, and it sounded like she was screaming, "Get out of here!" Bill didn't really know what to make of it. He had a job to do. So, he walked up to the steps, and even though the door was already open, he knocked. Now, standing right there, he could clearly hear through the crack in the door that someone inside was screaming over and over again. He hesitated for a moment. He listened. Finally, he decided he should probably just open the door and make sure everything was okay. The screaming was alarming, and the door was open. It seemed like the right thing to do. He pushed the door open and took one step inside. He peered around a corner and could see a little way down the hall. Off to the right, there was an opening to a room. And in that room, he saw an unbelievable scene. There were 3 men on their knees, arranged in a small circle. A woman was walking around them, also in a circle. She was holding a book in her hand, and she was speaking in tongues. It was just nonsensical language, nothing he could understand. But every so often, as she circled the men and touched each of their heads, she would scream, "Get out of here! Leave these people! Get out of here!" Bill was about to turn around and leave. This was way too weird for him. He wanted no part of whatever this was. But just before he could back out the door, the woman who was circling the men looked up. She looked directly at him. She pointed a finger straight at him and didn't break eye contact. She just held her finger out, aimed right at his chest. And in that moment, Bill felt this very strange, very strong sense that this woman wanted to harm him. It was a purely instinctual feeling, but it was overwhelming. He didn't wait for a second thought. He just turned and ran out the door. He got back to his car and immediately called the dispatcher. He told her, "Okay, I just went on the most insane house call of my life. The lady in there is crazy. I am not doing it. Don't you dare reschedule it. And if you do, do not put me on it, because I will not go back in there." Bill, being the straightforward guy he was, tried not to let his imagination get the better of him. He told himself those people were just crazy, and it wasn't his business. It wasn't his problem. So, he tried to forget about it. He drove home, turned on the TV, got a microwave dinner out of the freezer, and just sat there eating his food, trying to have a nice, quiet Saturday night to himself. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something in his other room. Now, you have to remember, Bill lived completely alone. He had no pets, but he was sure he saw something small dart across the ground. He couldn't quite tell if it was flying or running, but he saw movement. He just thought, "Oh, great. Now I've got some kind of rodent or maybe a bird in my house. It must have snuck in through the chimney or something." Bill wasn't scared. He was mostly just frustrated. Now he had to deal with getting some animal out of his house. He put his food down, turned on all the lights, because he'd been watching TV in the dark, and started to search. He moved quietly, listening for any sign of it, any scurrying sounds, trying to figure out where the thing went. But he couldn't hear a thing. After searching for over an hour, he just gave up. He thought maybe I didn't even see it in the first place. Maybe my eyes were just playing tricks on me. Later that night, he was asleep in his bed when he suddenly woke up. He felt what seemed like a small creature running over the foot of his bed right across his feet. It was so distinct that it woke him up instantly. His first instinct was to pull his legs up to his chest, tucking them under the covers, just like anyone would do if some random animal ran across them in the middle of the night. He thought, great. This thing, whatever it is, it's probably a rat. And now it's in my bedroom, on my bed. He was more angry than anything else. This was the last thing he needed in the middle of the night. He flipped on the lights, ready to find this thing and get it out of his room. He searched everywhere. He looked under his dresser. He looked in the closet. He got down on his hands and knees and looked under the bed. He stopped every few moments to listen, but he couldn't hear any scurrying, nothing at all. He started to question himself again. Did I imagine that too? I mean, I thought I saw something dart across the room earlier when I was watching TV. And just now, could that have just been part of a dream? He wasn't fully awake when it happened. He woke up to the sensation. So he started to convince himself that he was somehow creating this weird thought in his head. He probably didn't see anything downstairs, and he was probably just having a dream about a rodent in his house, and that's what made him think something had touched his feet. So he just told himself, all right, whatever, turned off the lights, and went back to bed. Bill managed to fall back asleep, but it wasn't for long. A short time later, he woke up again when his entire bed started shaking violently. He shot up, wide awake, and as soon as he was conscious, the shaking stopped. His first thought was that there was an earthquake. He jumped out of bed, looking around to see if things were going to start falling off the shelves. He ran to the window and looked outside, but he couldn't tell what was going on. He ran into the other room, and in his slight panic, he could tell that the shaking was completely gone. The house was totally silent. He went back to his bed and had a strange thought. Could I have somehow shaken the bed myself in my sleep? He had one of those huge, heavy four-poster beds. He was a big, strong guy, and he tried to move it himself, but he could barely make it budge. He had this distinct memory of the bed literally shaking back and forth. Now, this was the third strange thing that had happened, and he couldn't make sense of any of it. Being the pragmatic person he was, with no wild imagination to speak of, he decided to find a logical explanation. He thought, okay, let's find out if there was an earthquake. He went to his computer and started searching online for recent earthquake reports. He figured if it had just happened, the news would be breaking right then and there, some headline would pop up. But there was nothing. Not a single report. So he moved on to other possibilities. Okay, he thought, what other rational things could have caused my house to shake? He remembered that there was a military airbase a couple of miles from his house. He considered that maybe a fighter jet was taking off, and the sonic boom from it accelerating could have caused the vibration. He wasn't sure if that was it, but it seemed possible. Then he thought about all the oil rigs drilling in the area. Maybe there had been some kind of accident at one of them. He started researching recent accidents at local oil rigs. He was just desperately trying to find a rational scientific explanation for why his bed was shaking. He also couldn't stop thinking about the thing he thought he saw, the thing that touched his feet. He wasn't connecting the two events directly, but he had this unsettling feeling that either something was seriously wrong with him and he was losing his mind, or something really, really weird was happening on his property. As he was in the middle of this research, trying to find a logical answer, his internet connection went out. He tried troubleshooting it a few times, but he couldn't get it to work. So he had to call his service provider to see if they could fix it from their end. He got through to customer service, and someone picked up. They confirmed, "Yep, it looks like your internet is out. Let me fix that for you. I'm just going to put you on a brief hold." So they put him on hold. He was sitting there, listening to that typical staticky elevator music when the sound started to change. A strange, staticky noise came through the receiver. It was nothing significant at first, but then a voice started speaking. It was speaking in tongues, just like the woman at the house call. It was nonsensical language, and it sounded almost threatening. Bill was totally unsettled by this voice. It just went on and on. He'd been on hold for about 2 minutes now, just listening to this bizarre voice. He finally just hung up the phone. Just a few seconds later, his phone rang. It was the same customer service representative he had just been speaking to. The rep had a distinct accent, so Bill knew it was him. Bill asked, "Hey, was I just talking to you?" The customer service rep sounded a little flustered. He said, "Yeah, sorry about that, we got disconnected." Bill then asked, "Did you hear that voice? Did you hear that strange voice on the phone?" The customer service rep, who usually stuck to a script, seemed to deviate for a moment. He said, "Actually, yes, I did hear that." He went on to explain that he was trying to figure out how it was even possible because they used a very secure phone line to talk to customers. He said there was really no way for someone to block his ability to speak to Bill. Even if someone had somehow gotten on the call, Bill should have still been able to hear him. The rep said, "I was trying to yell to you, but you weren't hearing me." "I definitely heard the voice. I don't know what that was, and we're very sorry." So both of them were clearly weirded out by it. But the customer service rep had a job to do. He told Bill, "Hey, your internet is working again. Thanks for calling." He hung up, and Bill was left with his internet working, but now he had a fourth strange event to deal with. The thing that ran across the room. The thing that ran across his feet. The shaking bed. And now this devil-like voice speaking in tongues on the phone, which crucially the customer service rep had also heard. He decided he was done doing research for the night. It was something like 3 a.m. He just wanted to try and get a couple of hours of sleep. This was all starting to freak him out. So Bill got back into his bed. He was trying to sleep, but he couldn't stop thinking about the 4 strange things that had happened in just a few hours. He couldn't help but start to feel a little bit worried. He felt like something he didn't understand was going on, and it felt bad. As he was lying there, desperately trying to fall asleep, he swore he could hear some kind of sound coming from underneath his bed. He knew it could be his mind playing tricks on him, but it didn't matter. He thought he heard it, and at that point, he was officially spooked. Like a little kid, he pulled the covers up over his head. He was just lying on his bed with the covers pulled tight, basically trying to convince himself that this wasn't happening. "There's nothing under your bed, just relax." He had his legs pulled up near his chest, completely under the sheets. The way he was positioned was important. He had left a light on in his room, and the light was beaming down onto the sheet that was covering the upper part of his body. This created a little bit of light inside the cavern under his sheets. So, as he was holding the covers up over his head, trying to tell himself that nothing was going on, he looked down towards the foot of his bed under the covers, and he saw a hand. It was slowly reaching up from the side of the bed. It came up, and it sort of grabbed for his foot. It just missed, and then it retracted back out from under the bed. Bill literally leaped out of his bed. He flipped on every single light in the room and was now in absolute crisis mode. He immediately backed himself up against the wall. He didn't even want to look under the bed, but eventually he forced himself to. He kind of poked his head down and looked. There was nothing there. He searched his entire room again. There was no sign that anybody had been in there. And now he was at a loss. He had experienced so many strange occurrences, and none of them made any sense. He had no idea what to do next. Bill did not even attempt to go back to bed that night. He went downstairs, turned on every light in the entire house, and started drinking coffee. He was determined to stay awake. The next day, he just tried to have a normal day. He didn't want to think about what had happened the night before. He went to work like usual and didn't tell anyone about it. Again, Bill was a straight shooter. He wasn't about to be the former NASA robotics engineer who starts telling people about paranormal stuff happening in his house. He was doing everything he could to not think like that. By the end of the day, though, as he was getting ready to go home, he started to feel a bit of anxiety. He knew he would have to potentially face more of the strange things that happened the night before. He got home and immediately turned on all his lights. He was not about to sit in the dark. He was sitting in the same chair he always sat in, the one where he first saw that thing dart across the room. He was eating his microwave dinner and watching TV again with all the lights in his house blazing. He looked down for just a second to take another bite of his food. And when he looked back up, a bottle was flying through the air straight towards his head. He instinctively moved his head out of the way, and the bottle hit the wall right beside him. It was a glass bottle, and it shattered all over the ground. And at that exact moment, all the lights in the house went out. Bill ran to the closet where he knew he kept a flashlight. He opened the door, reached in for the flashlight, and as he was about to pull it out, he heard a loud slamming sound coming from the top of the closet. He had a couple of heavy boxes stored on the very top shelf. The sound was as if someone had lifted one of those boxes up and slammed it back down on the shelf. But obviously, he hadn't done it. It totally freaked him out. He grabbed the flashlight, shined it all around the closet. There was no one in there. There was nothing out of place. He backed out of the closet, and just then, the lights came back on. His heart was racing because he knew what had just happened. Someone, or something, had just thrown a bottle at his head. Something had just slammed a heavy box in his closet. He was in full panic mode. The only person he could think to call was his brother. He wasn't ready to go to the police. What would he even say? The things he would need to describe sounded completely nonsensical. But his brother Bob was also very rational, equally pragmatic in his approach to things. He called his brother and just said, "Get over here. I've got some weird stuff happening in my house, and I just need a sanity check." So his younger brother Bob came over. As soon as Bob got there, Bill didn't know how to start. He had never had a conversation about the paranormal with his brother before. So he just said, "All right, this is going to sound weird, Bob, but I need you to just go in this closet. Just go in the closet." Bob looked at him like he was crazy and asked what he was talking about. Bill just said, "Please just go in there. I'm going to shut the door, and I want you to just tell me what happens." Bob, seeing how distressed his brother was, agreed. "All right," he said, and he went into the closet. Bill shut the door behind him and just waited outside. After a moment, Bill called out to him, "Hey, turn off the light in there. There's a little pull string for a tiny light bulb." Bob turned off the light, and it was pitch black inside. Now, at the time, Bob would not tell Bill what happened to him in that closet. Mostly because, if you put yourself in Bob's shoes, he had no context for any of this. He had never experienced anything like it before. So, when things happened to him in there, he chalked it up to his own clumsiness. He was standing in the dark closet when he felt something hit his leg. He just thought, "Oh, I must have knocked into a pair of shoes or something." He just stood there, and then something hit him hard in the face. He thought, "I must have hit something on the top shelf, and it fell and hit me in the head." But the two things happening back to back did unsettle him a little bit. He made a conscious decision not to tell Bill what had happened. He thought it would only feed into his brother's paranoia, and that wasn't what he needed right now. He opened the closet door, stepped out, and said, "You know what, Bill? Nothing happened in there. You've got nothing to worry about. There's nothing in here." He left, and Bill was left feeling kind of crestfallen. He felt like he hadn't done a good job of conveying to his brother just how serious the situation was. He felt out of his element and didn't know how to handle it. He had only one other person he felt comfortable talking to about this, mostly because the whole situation was just embarrassing for him. He was this esteemed former NASA employee. The last thing he wanted was for people to think he was losing his mind. But he had a friend named Michael who was a sound engineer for a couple of podcasts. When he called him, Bill didn't even really know what he was going to say. He just needed to talk to a friendly voice. Michael was a little surprised to get a call from Bill. They made some small talk, and then Bill just said, I don't know how to approach this with you, but I just moved to Arlington, and I've got some weird stuff going on in my house. I guess I'm just telling you because I don't know what else to do. Michael was a bit caught off guard, and was mostly just worried about his friend. He started asking some basic questions, like what Bill had heard or seen, not really sure if it was worth exploring, but just trying to be a good friend. As they were having this conversation, the same voice that had come on the phone during the call to the internet company came on the line again. All of a sudden, Bill couldn't hear Michael, and Michael couldn't hear Bill. All they could both hear was this angry, demonic-sounding voice that was very threatening. Michael, being a sound engineer, instinctively thought to record it. He had all his equipment right there. He grabbed a microphone, put it up to the receiver, and started recording. He sat there for a minute and a half recording this voice. About 30 seconds into the recording, Bill, on the other end, who had heard this voice before and was starting to get the feeling that this whole thing was really bad, started yelling into the phone. He was yelling for Michael to hang up. Don't listen to this. Hang up. Hang up the phone. Don't listen to the voice. After about a minute and a half of this chaos, the voice suddenly stopped. The line went back to normal, and Bill and Michael could hear each other again, crystal clear. Michael immediately said, "Hey, Bill, are you there?" Bill said, "Yeah, I'm here." "I was trying to get you to get off the phone. You can't listen to this stuff. I don't know what it is, but it's bad." And Michael just said, "No, listen. I recorded that. Here, let me play it back for you." He started playing the recording back, and all it was silence, except for the parts where Bill was yelling, "Don't listen to it! Hang up!" And Michael was yelling at the beginning, "Hey, what is that? What is this?" The recording had only picked up their own voices. The demonic, possessed-sounding voice was completely gone from the audio. At this point, Bill was starting to get genuinely scared. He wouldn't admit it, but he was alone in this house with all this strange stuff happening. He decided to invite his brother over for dinner again. He thought having other people in the house might help. So Bob and his wife Cindy came over. Bill was sitting in his usual chair, and Bob and Cindy were on the couch. They were having a nice time, just watching TV. Bill remembered feeling how nice it was just to have other people there. As they were watching, Bill suddenly stood up and ran over to the room where he had originally seen that thing dart by. Bob and Cindy saw him jump up and run over, and they asked, "Hey, what did you see?" "What was that?" Bill tried to explain. He said, "I don't know how to describe what I saw, but I saw this thing that's in my house." "Bob, this is why I brought you over here. I've been seeing this animal or something running around, and I swear I just saw it again." He pointed to his chair. "Hey, look, Bob, sit in my chair." It was the only place in the room with a clear vantage point into that other room. From the couch where Bob and Cindy were sitting, you couldn't really see into it. Bill said, "Just listen to me. Sit in my seat and just watch the TV. Don't pay attention to the room, just watch TV and see if something catches your eye. Maybe I'm seeing something totally rational, but something is happening. Just do what I was doing." Bob was skeptical, but agreed. "All right," he said, and he sat in the chair. Bill sat down next to Cindy on the couch, and they all started watching TV again. After just a few minutes, Bob suddenly reacted, clearly seeing something in the other room. He jumped up and said, "Oh my God, what is that?" They all stood up, and Bill asked him, "Well, what did you see?" Bob was shaken. He said, "I don't know. It was like some kind of small animal or something, but it looked like it was on 2 feet. It didn't look like a four-legged animal. That was a two-legged animal. What was that? Now Bob was starting to believe. He was thinking about what happened to him in the closet, the things he didn't tell Bill about. Now this. He turned to his wife and said, "Okay, Cindy, you sit in the seat. You do this now." So Cindy sat in the chair, and Bill and Bob sat on the couch watching her. Sure enough, in just a matter of minutes, she saw it too. She saw something dart across the other room. Now, was she just jumping on the bandwagon because the other two saw it? Maybe. But she described the exact same thing they did, a small bipedal creature running through the dining room. The three of them turned on all the lights and started searching the entire house. They were determined to find this thing. They searched everywhere for hours, but they couldn't find a single trace of it. Finally, it was getting late, and Bob and Cindy knew they had to leave. They said, "Hey, Bill, I don't know what's happening in your house, but why don't you just come stay with us tonight? We have a guest room. Just crash with us, and you can come back in the morning and call animal control or whatever you want to do. You shouldn't be here alone tonight." In a way, Bill was actually happy. He finally had someone he trusted, his own family, who had confirmed that they were seeing the same things he was. It was terrifying to think there was some creature in his house, but at least he knew he wasn't losing his mind. Or if he was, at least other people were too. He was relieved. But he told them, "You know what? I'm not going to go with you. I don't want to just give up my house. What will I do when I come back if it just keeps happening? I don't want to just give up." So Bob and Cindy left, and Bill was alone again. But now he was determined. For the first time, he started looking up paranormal explanations for what was happening. He quickly realized that just searching for the paranormal online was useless. There were too many things, and it was impossible to tell what was credible and what wasn't. There was no fact-checking, just people posting stories. So he decided to change his approach. Instead of doing the research himself, he would find a paranormal investigative team, but he wanted a specific kind of team. He wanted one that approached their investigations like a scientist would, looking for an answer, even if that answer was totally normal, instead of just looking for proof that ghosts exist. He started searching for investigative paranormal teams with a scientific focus in his area of Texas. And he actually found one. He reached out to them, and they were available to come over that very night. He told them, "Please, come over. I need your help." The leader of the paranormal team was a man named Brian Hall. When they arrived, it was Brian and a couple of his crew members. They didn't start by diving into a paranormal investigation. They started by looking for obvious, rational answers. They had found that many times what people think is a paranormal event is actually something simple, like a bad air conditioning unit, a creaky door, or a tree branch rubbing against the house. They did a very long and thorough examination of the entire house, inside and out, looking for things like that. They determined that there was nothing obvious that could provide a rational explanation. So now it was time to set up their equipment. They set up a couple of cameras in Bill's bedroom, since that's where a lot of the activity seemed to be happening. They also set up these special laser beams that projected a grid of lasers in every direction. They placed them in his bedroom so that there were laser beams crisscrossing the entire room. The idea was that if anything, no matter how small, walked past any of these lasers, you would see the beams move, and it would be very obvious. It was a way to detect motion in the room. They set up the beams, started the cameras, and they waited. For a long time, absolutely nothing happened. Bill, Brian Hall, and the rest of the team were just sitting in the dining room downstairs, listening to silence and watching the monitors, seeing nothing. So Brian suggested something. He said, "Hey, why don't one of my team members go up there and just interact with the room a little bit? Go in there, yell a bit, do something to kind of stir it up, so to speak, and we'll see if anything happens." One of the team members went up to the room and walked in. He said, "Hey, is anybody in here?" Nothing happened. On the footage, you can see him jump onto the bed and sit there. At one point, as he's yelling out to whatever might be in the room, "Hey, if you're in here, show yourself," all of a sudden, on camera, you hear one of the laser projectors fall to the ground. He jumps out of bed and runs out of the room. The rest of the team came running up. They gathered up the cameras and immediately went to watch the footage. As they were watching, they saw something that the team member in the room hadn't seen at all. They saw a mist begin to form in the room. The mist started swirling in front of the laser beams right on camera just before you hear the sound of the laser projector falling to the ground off camera. At first, they were just dumbfounded. They were wondering how the mist got in there, what it was. They considered if maybe the laser beam had just rolled off a table, if it had been positioned in a way that it could have fallen on its own. They raised the sound levels on the video, and they were able to make out a couple of words being spoken, though it was faint. At this point, Brian Hall and his team felt like they had a good amount of data that did lend credibility to the idea that there was something paranormal happening in Bill's house. As they were packing up their equipment to leave, they said to Bill, "You've got to go. You can't stay here." "I'm surprised you're still here now." But Bill was just this incredibly prideful guy. He told them, "No, I'm going to stay. I've made the decision. I'm not going to run. I'm going to stay here in this house." They told him it was a bad idea. And honestly, they were right, because some pretty horrible stuff happened after they left. That night, Bill knew he wasn't going to sleep. He had all the lights on in his bedroom. He was sitting on his bed with his knees tucked up to his chin. He had upbeat classical music playing on a radio right next to his bed, just trying to create some kind of good vibes in the room. As he was sitting there, he heard a sound like a Mack truck smashing into the side of his house. It was so loud, so deafening, that he instantly sprinted out of his door, ran downstairs, and ran outside to inspect the damage to his property. But there was nothing outside. There was no Mack truck. There was no damage to his house. Nothing. He walked all around his property looking for any explanation. Did something fall on the street? Am I losing my mind? What is going on? After looking around for a while and finding nothing, he went back inside. As soon as he stepped foot back in his house, he heard a similarly loud crashing sound as if a vehicle was smashing into his house, but this time it was inside, in his dining room. It was the same room where he first saw that creature running across the ground. He ran in there expecting to find horrible damage, but there was nothing disturbed. Nothing was shaking, nothing was out of place. His dining room was completely intact. As he was standing there trying to process this, he heard his car alarm go off outside, and now he started to think, this thing is just messing with me. I'm not going to let it win. I've stayed here against better judgment for days. I'm not going to give in now. So, Bill kind of went into fight mode. He was mad now. Instead of being scared of what was happening, he started screaming at the top of his lungs, "Show yourself!" As he was doing that, he heard yet another loud crashing sound, this time from up in his bedroom. He ran upstairs, ready to fight with whatever this was. He had reached a breaking point. He charged into his room, but there was nothing in there. But unlike the dining room and outside, the crashing sound continued while he was in the bedroom. He was standing there, holding his ears because of the deafening crashing sounds happening over and over and over again, but there was nothing moving in the room. There was no way for that sound to be coming from that room, but it was. After what felt like an eternity of this horrible smashing sound, it just completely stopped. It was dead silent. Bill slowly lifted his hands off his ears. He looked around, expecting the noise to start again, but it didn't. There was just dead silence throughout the entire house. After a long while, when he still didn't hear anything, he got back in his bed. All the lights were still on, his radio was still playing. He tucked his legs up to his chin and was just holding himself, basically in the fetal position. At this point, he was petrified. He'd had his big moment of fighting back, but now he was thinking that this thing was just challenging him in return. It was basically saying, I can do whatever I want to you and you can't touch me. He was realizing that he might have just made things worse. He was sitting there, knowing he wasn't going to sleep. It was still the middle of the night, and he started to hear a noise. It sounded like shuffling feet. Something was moving around underneath his bed. As he was sitting on his bed, at the head of the bed near his pillow, with his feet tucked in, he looked towards the foot of his bed, and this huge, wide, 6-foot-tall black figure emerged. It was in a brightly lit room, but this figure was pure black. It emerged at the foot of his bed. It had this huge tooth coming out of its mouth. It got into this jerky, unnatural position and started moving towards Bill. It got right in front of him. It put its face right up against Bill's face, then it let out a grunt, and then it just disappeared. Bill continued to see this horrible black figure in his house. It continued to challenge him, but Bill stopped challenging it back. He started waking up with scratches on his chest. He was even hospitalized a couple of times, which prompted the hospital to do welfare checks on him. He was showing up with what doctors thought were mini heart attacks brought on by the extreme stress he claimed was from having this stuff happen to him. His family was incredibly concerned. It wasn't until Bill started doing some really aggressive research on demons that he read about exorcism. And he remembered. He remembered that when he showed up for that house call, a lot of the language he was hearing from that screaming woman, leave these people, leave this house, it sounded like an exorcism. He started to wonder, is it possible that the woman performing the exorcism knew that she needed to find another host for these demons? Did she plan it so that this water purification person would show up at exactly 5 p.m. so that she could be at the right point in her ritual to cast the demons onto him? He had 2 exorcisms performed on his own house, but it still hasn't stopped. To this day, he is still dealing with the paranormal activity in his home. When he's asked why he has never sold the house, he says that he couldn't live with himself if he ever put another person through what he has dealt with in that house. He feels a responsibility to contain it. He has lived in that house for over 18 years since these events began, enduring it all rather than passing the horror on to someone else. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. In 2018, a 21-year-old man named Derek was just starting his career as a police officer. He was young, full of energy, and ready to take on the world. But his personal life had just taken a major hit. His longtime girlfriend, the woman he had actually moved to Colorado for to be closer to, had just broken up with him. The breakup came out of nowhere, and it completely blindsided him. One day they were planning their future, the next she was telling him it was over. And so Derek was devastated. He spent the next few weeks in a deep funk. He'd go to work, come home, and just sit on his couch, replaying everything in his head. He was just going through the motions, feeling totally alone in a new state where he barely knew anyone besides his ex. One evening, one of his close friends came over to check on him. He saw Derek just moping around and said, "Hey man, look, I know you're hurting, but you can't just waste away like this. You need to get back out there." Derek just shook his head, not really interested. But his friend kept pushing. He said, "Why don't you make a profile on Tinder? It's an online dating app. Just put yourself out there again. You have no idea who you might meet. Clearly, your ex wasn't the one for you, so it's time to see who is." Derek was hesitant. He'd never done online dating before. He'd met his ex-girlfriend in a bar, and every other girl he dated he'd met in person through friends or at school. The idea of swiping on pictures of strangers felt weird and impersonal to him. It just wasn't on his radar at all. But as he sat there in his empty apartment, the loneliness was getting to be too much. His friend was right. He had to do something. He figured, you know what? I have absolutely nothing to lose. And so, with his friend's help, he downloaded the app and made himself a Tinder profile. He didn't expect much to come of it, but to his surprise, Derek quickly matched with a woman named Leah. When he saw her profile, he thought she was way out of his league. She was beautiful, had a great smile, and seemed really fun and adventurous in her pictures. He was almost intimidated, but he figured he'd send a message anyway. They started chatting, and right away they just clicked. The conversation flowed easily. They texted back and forth for a couple of weeks, talking about everything and nothing. They eventually moved on to phone calls, and they got along great. They had the same sense of humor and similar interests. Derek started to feel excited about something for the first time since the breakup. After a few weeks of constant communication, they both knew they wanted to meet in person. But there was a bit of a logistical problem. Leah lived well over an hour away from Derek's place. There wasn't a natural, halfway meeting spot that made sense for a first date. They were going back and forth, throwing out ideas for restaurants or coffee shops, but nothing seemed quite right. Finally, Leah just said, "Hey, I have an idea. Why don't you just come to my town? There's this great park that I go running in all the time. It has this awesome, huge field that's on a slope. You can lay on it and look up through the trees and see all the stars. It's really beautiful." She suggested that for their first date, they could go stargazing together. Derek thought that sounded perfect. It was romantic, unique, and took all the pressure off. So the date night finally came, and Derek was genuinely excited. He was also really nervous. Even though they'd talked on the phone for hours and felt like they knew each other, this would be the first time they'd ever see each other in person. The plan was for him to drive out to her town and pick her up directly from her work. She told him she worked at a hair salon. From there, they would make their way over to the park she had described. Derek got in his car and made the hour-long drive, his stomach filled with a mix of nerves and anticipation. He pulled up to the hair salon right as Leah was walking outside. She spotted his car, and her face lit up with a huge smile. She was waving enthusiastically as she ran over and hopped in the passenger seat. They gave each other a quick, slightly awkward hug and a kiss on the cheek. It was a strange feeling. It was like they knew each other so well, but they also didn't know each other at all. Their entire relationship had been built through texts and phone calls, so they had this history, but it wasn't a physical one. But any awkwardness melted away pretty quickly. Derek was really happy to finally meet her, and it seemed like Leah was just as happy to meet him. From the hair salon, it was a pretty short drive to the access road that was supposed to take them into the park. Leah was giving him directions, and she told him to make a turn onto this side road. As he turned, Derek felt a little uneasy. It didn't look like a very well-marked trail, or even a marked entrance to a park. It looked more like a random, unpaved access road that he normally wouldn't even think about driving down. He wouldn't have associated this path with the big, popular public park she had described. But, he reminded himself, he didn't know the area. She did. So he trusted her and continued down the road. Pretty quickly, the road went from pavement to dirt. It was bumpy and poorly maintained. The whole time he was thinking to himself, did I take a wrong turn? Does she actually know where she's going? This does not feel like the right way to get to a big park. It felt remote and isolated. Just as his anxiety was starting to build, they finally landed back on a paved road. And right there, next to the road, was this huge open field, just like she had described. So right away, Derek's stress vanished. It was confirmed in his mind that, okay, that was a weird way to get into this park, but here's this huge, amazing field, and we're back on a real road. Everything's good again. Derek asked Leah, where should I park? They were on this really narrow road, and there didn't appear to be a designated parking lot anywhere. There also didn't appear to be anyone else around. It was this huge, open, beautiful space, but it didn't look well populated or like it was a popular spot. It was strangely empty. But she just pointed up the road and said, just go right up there. There's a small lot you can pull into. So Derek started driving slowly up the road. He could see, maybe 300 feet ahead of him, the dim headlights of another car making its way down the road coming towards him. It was dark enough now that he couldn't really make out what kind of vehicle it was. He didn't know if it was going to be a big truck or something that would need a lot of space. So, being cautious, he just pulled his car over as far to the right side of the road as he could to allow this other vehicle plenty of room to pass. Even though there was a fair amount of distance they would need to cover before they actually passed him, he figured it was better to just give them the right of way. As the other vehicle got closer, he could see that it was actually a big van. It was moving pretty slowly, and he was just kind of waiting for it to go by him. He wasn't thinking anything of it. He just assumed it was another person enjoying the park, maybe leaving for the night. But then, something strange happened. Instead of passing him, the van, at the last second, turned its wheel and pulled right in front of Derek's car, stopping almost bumper to bumper. It didn't crash into him, but it completely blocked his path. Now, Derek is a cop. He's a brand new cop, and he's super gung-ho. He really believes in his training and his instincts. And as soon as this van stopped in front of him, blocking him in, red flags started going up all over the place in his mind. He knew something was wrong with this situation. Instinctively, he turned to Leah and said in a firm voice, "Leah, stay here." He reached into the center console, grabbed the powerful flashlight he always kept there, and he jumped out of his car. He didn't hesitate. He went right to the driver's side door of the van to confront this guy. When he got up to the driver's side window, he saw a really big guy behind the wheel. The man looked pretty startled to see Derek come charging up to his vehicle, flashlight in hand. Derek shone the light on him and said, "What are you doing, man? What are you blocking me in for?" The guy in the van put his hands up and said, "Oh, hey, sorry. I'm the caretaker here for this whole property. We've had a big issue with poachers in the area recently, and I was concerned you guys might be poachers." "It doesn't look like you're poachers, though." Derek relaxed a little bit. The explanation seemed plausible. He said, "No, we're not poachers. We're just here to go stargazing." "I'm on a first date." The caretaker's face softened, and he smiled. "Oh man, I am so sorry," he said. "Please, get back in your car. Go and enjoy your night." "My apologies." And with that, the man backed up his van, did a 3-point turn on the narrow road, and drove right back up the way he came from, disappearing over the top of the hill. Derek stood in front of his car for a couple of minutes, just watching, making sure the van was really gone. Once he was satisfied, he turned around and got back in his car. He was still a little keyed up from the encounter, but he tried to make a joke of it to Leah. He turned to her and said, "Yeah, he thought we were poachers. I guess you look like a poacher to him, and that's why he stopped us." He smiled, expecting her to laugh, or at least react. But when he looked over at Leah, she wasn't paying attention to him at all. She was just furiously typing away on her phone, her thumbs moving a mile a minute. Derek thought that was a little bit odd. You'd think she would be more interested in the strange thing that had just happened. Some weird guy in a van just blocked them in on a dark road, and he had to get out and confront him. You'd think she'd be interested on some level. Maybe she'd want to know what he said to the guy, or what the guy said to him. But she didn't seem to care at all. She was just really invested in whoever she was messaging on her phone. Derek just shrugged it off, thinking, whatever. He threw the car back in drive and continued up the road the way they were going before they were stopped. A little ways further up, Derek saw the small dirt lot that Leah had mentioned. It was butted up right against the huge field they were going to be hanging out on for the night. He pulled into the lot, backed his car into a space, and he and Leah got out. They grabbed a blanket from the trunk, along with some food and a bottle of wine they'd brought. They spread the blanket out on the grass, right next to the car on the hill, and they sat down. Very quickly, the weirdness of the van encounter faded away. They started swapping stories, they were laughing, they were stargazing, and they were drinking some wine. Everything was really great. It felt like the perfect first date. After about an hour, it was totally dark outside. The stars were brilliant. Derek was laying on the blanket on the hill, facing back towards his car and the road they had been on. He happened to glance up to his left, towards the top of the hill. It was the same area where the van had come from originally, and where it had gone back to after their strange conversation. Derek was looking out there and he saw headlights. It was the van. And this time, the van wasn't driving down the road leisurely like it was before. It was flying down the hill, moving fast. Before Derek or Leah had a chance to react to this van barreling down on them, it came flying into the small parking lot. It didn't stop until it practically hit his car, coming to a screeching halt in a way that completely boxed his car in. Even if he got in his car, he couldn't drive away. Derek jumped up. Leah jumped up too. The driver's side door of the van flew open, and the guy, the so-called nice caretaker he had talked to before, hopped out. He walked around the front of the van, and this time he had a heavy metal pipe in his hand. He looked right at Derek and said, "Give me your keys and your wallet." Again, Derek is this brand new 21-year-old cop. He's not about to let some guy just push him around and rob him. So, at first, he didn't do anything. He was processing the situation, trying to figure out his next move. He just stood there and looked at this guy, showing him that he wasn't just going to fall over because he told him to. But then, Derek was given a huge, shocking curveball. Leah, his date, the woman he'd been having a great time with for the past 2 hours, stood up, ran over to the man with the pipe, and stood right next to him. She turned around, looked straight at Derek, and said, "Come on, give us your keys and your wallet." Derek just stared, his mind reeling. He thought, great, I'm getting set up by my Tinder date. This girl, who I thought I had a real connection with, he was in total shock. He just stood there, doing nothing. Not because he was trying to be tough anymore, but because he was paralyzed by the betrayal. He felt so stupid. How could this have happened? How could he have been so wrong about her? In that moment of his stunned silence, Leah walked to the back of the van. She opened the rear doors, reached inside, and pulled out another metal pipe. She came back around to the front and stood next to the big guy. She looked at Derek again and said, "Derek, give us your keys and your wallet. We don't want to have to hurt you." This is when Derek's police training finally kicked in and overrode the shock. He looked at them both, standing there with their pipes, and he said, simply, "No." As soon as the word left his mouth, the big guy lunged at him and tackled him to the ground. But Derek could handle himself. He was fit and had been through the academy. He fought back, and very quickly, he was able to get back up on his feet. As he stood up, he drew his concealed carry pistol, which he was authorized to carry off-duty. He aimed it back and forth between the big guy and Leah. He yelled, "I'm a cop. Put your hands up." Now. As soon as they saw the gun, their whole demeanor changed. They both dropped their pipes and immediately put their hands up in the air. So, as he's holding them both at gunpoint, he's looking over at Leah, his mind just screaming, "Really? You did this to me? Are you kidding me right now?" But he couldn't get lost in his anger. He had a procedure to follow. While keeping his gun trained on them, he had to get his cell phone out of his pocket with his other hand. He had to unlock it, type in 911, and then call dispatch. When the operator answered, he had to explain who he was, give his badge number, explain what had happened, and, most importantly, tell them where he was. And describing his location was difficult. It was a dark, unmarked park. As he's trying to explain the directions to the dispatcher, saying things like, "Yeah, you go left at the light, and then there's a gas station there, and then you're going to go up this hill, you're going to see me. I've got 2 people at gunpoint." He's completely focused on the call. As he's doing that, Leah and the caretaker look at each other. They see their opportunity. They figure he's distracted. They can at least get behind the van and run into the forest before he can catch them. And that's exactly what they did. They turned around and just bolted. They ran for the tree line. Instinctively, Derek took off running after them. He chased them for about 30 seconds into the trees before he started hearing gunshots. And they weren't his gunshots. Someone was shooting at him from the darkness. He saw a muzzle flash out in the middle of the forest. And he thought, "Yeah, I'm not doing this. This was no longer a robbery. This was an ambush." He turned around, ran back to his vehicle, and jumped inside. He started it up, but he was still boxed in by the van. He had to basically smash his car into the van, then back into the fence, over and over again, like that scene from Austin Powers. It was like a 25-point turn before he was barely able to grind his way out of the lot and peel out of that park. Derek drove until he found the nearest gas station. He pulled in, his heart still pounding, and called dispatch again. He said, "Hey, I just called 911 like 5 or 10 minutes ago, and I dropped the call because I was chasing somebody. Here's my name. Here's my badge number. I'm now at this gas station. Can you send a couple of police officers over to my location now?" They said, "Yep, we'll send a unit to you." A few minutes later, a police cruiser showed up with 2 officers inside that Derek recognized. They were senior to him. They got out, and he explained again, from the beginning, what had happened. They kind of gave him a hard time, joking with him for getting catfished on his very first online date. But at the same time, they knew this could have gone really, really badly. So they decided they were going to load up in the police cruiser together, all 3 of them, and drive back up to the park to see if the van was still there. They drove back up the dark, winding road and into the park. As they approached the small dirt lot, Derek pointed ahead and said, "That's the van. It's still here." They drove up and stopped short of the van. The 2 uniformed officers turned to Derek and said, "Just stay in here. We're going to go check this van out." So Derek sat in the back of the cruiser, watching as the 2 senior officers approached the vehicle with their guns drawn. They were cautious, looking all around, clearing the area behind the van, scanning the wood line with their flashlights. There was nobody there. At some point, he saw them put their pistols away. They opened the doors to the van and started shining their flashlights all around inside. They looked in the back, they looked in the front. After a few minutes, they closed the doors and walked back to the cruiser. As soon as they got back in the car, Derek could tell there was just something off about how they were acting. When they were down at the gas station, they were kind of joking around with him, giving him a hard time. But now, whatever they had seen in that van, it was definitely not something they were going to joke about. The mood was heavy and serious. One of them turned to him and said, "The back of the van, it was just filled with knives and saws. There were pistols and rifles, lighter fluid, chains, handcuffs, duct tape. It was awful." He paused and then added, "And it looks like there might even be blood on the ground back there." The 2 officers immediately called in additional backup. Before long, that little dirt lot was a full-fledged crime scene. The forensics unit arrived, other police officers showed up, and they set up big spotlights. They went out looking in the woods for the man and the woman, but they never found them. They were gone. During the investigation, Derek told the other officers, "Hey, she told me she works at this hair salon right down the road. I picked her up there." So a couple of investigators went over to the hair salon. They talked to the owner and the employees there. They showed them a picture of Leah. But everyone at the salon said the same thing. "We've never heard of a Leah. We've never seen this woman before in our lives." They came back and they told Derek, "Look, she's a con artist. This whole thing, your whole relationship with her, has been her setting you up in some way, shape, or form. The entire thing." That's all it ever was. For Derek, that was crushing. He swore off Tinder immediately. He never wanted to do any more online dating. But what really haunts him, more than just being taken advantage of and betrayed, is the question of what would have happened if he wasn't a cop. What would have happened if he wasn't concealed carrying that night? Would he have wound up in the back of that van? In the summer of 2019, a grandmother named Barbara was looking after her grandkids for the weekend. Her daughter and her son-in-law were out of town, and Barbara was happy to step in. Her daughter had 3 kids. 2 of them were under the age of 6, and one was a 15-year-old girl named Alyssa. Anytime Barbara was looking after her grandkids for more than just a single day, especially if it was overnight, she would just stay at their house. It was easier that way, so she didn't disrupt their lives and their routines more than she needed to. Their house was a modest, single-story home in a nice, quiet suburb of Dallas, Texas. It was the kind of neighborhood where the crime rate is basically 0 and everybody knows each other. People left their doors unlocked, and kids played in the street until the sun went down. It was a safe place. This particular night that she was over there looking after them was like any other. She got the two little ones settled, read them stories, and put them to bed first. Then she and Alyssa stayed up a little bit later in the kitchen, chatting. They talked about school, about Alyssa's friends, just the normal stuff. Eventually, they both got tired and decided to head to bed. Because their house was a single-story home, all the bedrooms were on the only floor. Barbara's guest room and Alyssa's room were right next to each other, and both of their windows looked out onto the side of the property. As soon as Barbara got into her room, she did something she always did. She opened up the window that was right next to her bed. Ever since she was a little kid, she had always slept with the window open. Even though her daughter's house had modern air conditioning, she just preferred the fresh air. So, with the window open and the screen in place, Barbara crawled into bed and quickly fell asleep. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, Barbara woke up. She was pulled from her sleep by the sound of rustling coming from right outside her window. She lay there for a moment, listening. It sounded an awful lot like it was probably just a dog or a cat, or maybe a raccoon rummaging around. It was a common sound in the suburbs, and it did not seem like a big deal to her. She was just about to roll over and go back to sleep, but then she heard it again. And this time, it sounded much more like footsteps. They sounded heavy enough that it probably couldn't be a dog or a cat. Now she was a little more alert. She rolled over onto her elbows and carefully pulled the curtain aside just enough to peek out through the window screen. The moon was out that night, so there was pretty good illumination. She could clearly see the side of the house, the neat lawn, and the fence that separated their property from their neighbors. She could also see the neighbor's house, and all their lights were off. Everyone was asleep. And then she noticed something strange. Propped up against the fence, on their side of the fence, on their property, was a bicycle that she didn't recognize. She looked at it thinking, is that Alyssa's bike? No, it's too big to be either of the younger kids' bikes. Whose bike is that? As she was looking at the bike, trying to figure it out, she heard more rustling. This time it was coming from her left, which was closer to Alyssa's room. Barbara pressed her face up against the screen to try to get a better look. Whatever was making the sound was now just out of her view. As she's got her face pressed up against the screen, straining to see, she sees a boy emerge from the bushes right underneath Alyssa's window. He was wearing one of those classic high school Letterman jackets, the kind you see football players wear in the movies. He had the hood of his jacket pulled up over his head. He didn't look over at her window. He was just backing up slowly away from Alyssa's room, and he was looking up into Alyssa's window. Barbara immediately relaxed. She thought, okay, this guy is probably one of Alyssa's friends. Maybe even a boyfriend she hadn't told anyone about yet. She figured Alyssa must have invited him over. Maybe she invited him when she knew her parents were going to be out of town, but before she found out that her grandmother was going to be there to look after them. And maybe that message just didn't get passed along to him, so he showed up anyway. All these perfectly reasonable scenarios were going through Barbara's head. But all she knew for sure was that she wasn't going to call the cops on some teenage kid who was just trying to say hi to Alyssa. Instead, she was going to confront him. Barbara was a high school teacher and had been for decades. So she had plenty of run-ins with badly behaved teenagers over the years. She was pretty good at standing her ground, being firm, and getting teenagers to listen to her. She figured she would just go out there, give him a stern talking to, and he'd get the message and leave. So, she quietly got out of her bed. She walked out of her room and went to the front of the house. The boy was over on the side of the house. She was going to come around from the front to meet him. As soon as she got outside onto the porch, she flipped on the porch lights. She quickly walked around to the edge of the porch where she could poke her head over the railing and see right down the side of the house where this kid would be standing. She poked her head over and said in her firm teacher voice, "Can I help you?" The kid turned and looked at her for the first time. And in that instant, Barbara's heart dropped. She thought, oh, whoa. He is not a teenager. He looked like he was in his 20s, if not his 30s. No matter what, he was a lot older than Alyssa. It caught her so off guard that she didn't really know how to react. She was just looking at this guy who looked so much older than he should, but he was on a bike, and he was wearing a Letterman jacket. It was confusing. So Barbara was a little bit disoriented. She was thinking to herself, okay, it's possible that he could just be one of those kids that looks a lot older than he really is. But somewhere in the back of her mind, a little voice was screaming that this doesn't feel right. This feels like a grown man is trying to get into the house. As she was trying to process all of this, she was also registering that this guy, he seemed completely unfazed by being caught. He wasn't scared or embarrassed. He was just looking up at her with a blank expression. And then he started taking steps towards her, towards the porch. His calm advance was so unnerving that Barbara said, "Stop. Stop right where you are." And he did. He stopped and looked up at her, and he said, "I'm looking for Alyssa. Is she home?" Barbara was just glaring at this guy, hoping that her stern look would be enough to get him to leave. But he wasn't leaving. He was just standing there, waiting. It occurred to her that maybe this was all just a huge misunderstanding. Thinking on her feet, she decided to test him. She said to him, "Who did you say you're looking for?" "Lisa?" Without any hesitation, he replied, "No. I'm looking for Alyssa McCarran. She lives here." Barbara went silent for a second. Her blood ran cold. He was right. That was her granddaughter's full name. And she certainly was here. But Barbara did not want this man coming anywhere near the house until she had a chance to talk to Alyssa and confirm that she had invited him here. Or, at the very minimum, that she even knew who he was. So Barbara said to the guy, "I need you to stay right there. It's 3 a.m. I don't know you. Give me a minute. I'll be right back." He seemed to understand and just nodded. Barbara went back inside the house. She shut and locked the heavy front door behind her. Then she went straight into Alyssa's room. She walked over to the bed and gently shook Alyssa's foot to wake her up. Alyssa kind of sat up, blinking, looking around, confused. She was like, "What's going on?" Barbara looked at her, and at this point, she was kind of annoyed with how the night had gone. She was sort of blaming Alyssa, assuming that she had probably invited this strange creep over to their house in the middle of the night. She said to Alyssa, "Did you invite a boy here tonight?" Alyssa, still half asleep, was like, "No." "What are you talking about?" Barbara narrowed her eyes. She said, "Well, there's a boy outside that clearly knows you. He asked for you by your full name, and he knows you live here. And he's outside right now. Can you please go out there and tell him that coming over unannounced at 3 a.m. is not very polite and he shouldn't do it again?" Alyssa was totally confused. She was looking at her grandmother like she was crazy. "What are you talking about?" she asked again. So she leaned back in her bed, opened the curtain of her window, and she looked outside. Immediately, she pulled her head back in, her eyes wide with fear. She whispered, "Grandma, he asked for me by name?" And Barbara said, "Yeah, he said Alyssa McCarran lives here." Alyssa looked at her grandmother, her face pale, and said, "We have to call 911. I have never seen him before in my life." Suddenly, everything made sense for Barbara. The weird feeling, the man's age, his calm demeanor. This was a stranger. This was not a friend. This was probably a grown man, and he was probably trying to break into Alyssa's room. As she was having this terrifying realization, they both heard it. Footsteps! Out on the front porch. At this, Barbara went into full protective grandmother mode. She turned to Alyssa and said, "Stay in your bed. Do not move." Barbara ran out of Alyssa's room. She went into her own bedroom, shut the window she had opened earlier, and locked it. Then she ran to the front of the house to make sure that the front door was locked. She thought she had locked it when she came back in, but she wasn't 100% sure. She got right in front of it, and she could see that the deadbolt was thrown. It was locked. And now she was standing right on the other side of the door, her heart hammering in her chest, just waiting to see what was going to happen next. This guy was standing on her porch, but he was obscured. She couldn't see him because he was on the other side of the solid wood door. It was silent for a second. As she was standing there holding her breath, just waiting for something to happen, she heard a loud knock on the door, It startled her so much she jumped back. She gathered herself and yelled through the door, "There's no Alyssa McCarran here! You have the wrong house! You need to leave, or I'm calling the police!" The knocking stopped for a second. Then his voice came through the door, calm and chilling. He said, "I know Alyssa lives here. Tell her to come outside." And then he went back to knocking, harder this time. Barbara grabbed her phone from her pocket and called 911. And she intentionally talked really loudly into the phone, making it very obvious that she was calling the police. She said, "Yes, hello, I need the police. There's a man trying to get into my house. He's on my front porch right now." Very clearly, the guy on the other side of the door picked up on what Barbara was doing because the knocking stopped instantly. Through the little slit of glass next to the door, she saw a shadow move. He ran to the left of the house, back towards the side where he had left his bike. Barbara, still on the phone with the 911 operator, ran back into the bedroom where she had been sleeping. She looked out the side window just in time to see the last of him. He was riding his bike across the street. Then he stopped next to a dark SUV that was parked there. He opened the trunk, threw the bike in, and then he got into the passenger side of the car. And the car drove off. Which meant whatever he had planned to do with Alyssa, whatever he was doing this night, he had an accomplice. The police showed up a couple of minutes later. By this point, the creep and whoever he was with were long gone. But Barbara still gave her statement. She gave a description of the man, the vehicle, and told them everything that had happened. The police told her something that made the whole experience even more terrifying. They said that over the past couple of weeks, they had gotten very similar reports from other households in the area, all of them homes where there were young girls living inside. Apparently, this boy was actually a grown man who would use social media to figure out where teenage girls lived. Then he would dress up like a teenager himself in a Letterman jacket and a hoodie, and he would go to their houses and stalk them. Whatever Alyssa had listed on her online profiles, he had been able to use it to deduce where she lived. And who knows how long he had been standing outside, looking in the window at her at night. In 2018, an up-and-coming Instagram influencer named Wendy was contacted by a hotel in Miami, Florida. The hotel reached out to her and wanted to see if she'd be willing to stay at their property over Memorial Day weekend. They told her they were willing to cover all of her expenses. Her flight, her room, her food, everything. The only thing they asked in return was that she post a couple of times on her Instagram while she was at the hotel, showing off how great the hotel was and what a wonderful time she was having. They also told her to bring along a female friend and that they would cover all of her friends' expenses as well. Wendy was ecstatic. She was trying to make being an influencer her full-time job, and so opportunities like this, a fully paid luxury trip, were huge for her. Even though she didn't know if she had any girlfriends that would be free to go with her on such short notice, she was so eager to take them up on this opportunity that she said yes immediately. She figured she would find someone. So, over the next couple of days, she reached out to her network of friends. She texted all her best girlfriends to see if any of them wanted to come with her on a free trip to Miami. But, as it turned out, everybody was either busy with work, had already made other plans for the holiday weekend, or just wasn't that interested. Since she did not want to cancel this incredible opportunity, she thought, well, it can't be that big of a deal if I bring along a male friend instead. She reached out to her good friend Mitch. Mitch was this 6'4" athletic guy who was just one of her close platonic friends. She called him up and said, "Hey, would you mind coming along with me to this thing in Miami over Memorial Day weekend? I need someone to go with me." They asked for a female friend, but, you're going to have to do. Mitch thought a free trip to Miami sounded great, and he agreed to go. Wendy thought to herself, well, the worst case scenario is that the hotel isn't willing to pay for Mitch's expenses. And if that happens, she would just pay for them herself. She told Mitch as much, and they both thought that was a perfectly fine solution. So the day of the trip arrived, and Wendy and Mitch were really excited. They didn't often get to go travel around, especially not for free as part of an influencer deal. They hopped on a plane, flew first class to Miami, and when they got there, they went down to baggage claim to get their bags. After they had their luggage, they went out to the curb to wait for their ride. Right away, Wendy saw him. There was this really well-dressed guy with dark sunglasses on, and he was holding up a sign that had her last name on it, along with the logo of the hotel. She waved to him and walked over, with Mitch following right behind her. The guy looked at her and said, "Okay, well, where's your friend?" That's when she said, "Oh, well, actually, I brought Mitch. None of my girlfriends could make it, so I brought Mitch along." The guy lowered his sunglasses and looked Mitch up and down. He was a big guy, and the man seemed to be sizing him up. Then he put his sunglasses back on, turned without a word, and walked towards this beautiful black luxury SUV that was parked right up against the curb. Wendy and Mitch looked at each other, a little confused by his cold reaction, but they followed him. The guy opened up the back door of the SUV, and Wendy and Mitch got in. The guy then took their luggage and put it in the back of the vehicle and shut the hatch. As soon as Wendy and Mitch sat down inside the car, the driver, who was already in the front seat, was visibly upset. He was kind of ranting and raving, speaking loudly and angrily. The front passenger window was down, so Wendy and Mitch assumed he must be yelling at someone outside of the vehicle. Maybe the guy that had just picked them up. They thought he must be communicating with him somehow. They thought, he can't possibly be yelling at us. We just got here. We don't even know him. But sure enough, as they started to tune in to what he was actually saying, they realized he was yelling at them. He had a very thick accent, and he was saying, "Where is the other girl? You are not supposed to have a guy. It is two girls. Not one girl, one guy. It is two girls. Where is the other girl?" As Wendy was hearing this, she felt so uncomfortable. Not just for herself, but for Mitch too. She was the one who had asked him to come along and had assured him that it wouldn't be a big deal. She had said, "Oh, they won't mind." But, clearly they did mind. A lot. So Wendy started trying to explain to the driver. She said, "I know you asked for a female friend, but I didn't have a female friend who could come, so I brought him along. I will pay for him. I'm not asking you guys to pay for him. I'll pay for everything. His hotel, his flight, everything he touches." But the driver didn't seem that upset about who was paying for Mitch. His frustration seemed to come from a different place. He was frustrated, like they weren't going to be able to do whatever it was they had planned to do, because now Mitch was in the mix. So as Wendy and the driver were kind of going back and forth, and the driver was getting more and more frustrated and angry, the guy that had originally greeted Wendy and Mitch hopped into the front passenger seat. He and the driver then started arguing with each other in rapid-fire Portuguese. For about a minute, Wendy and Mitch are sitting in the back, looking at each other like, what is going on here? These guys are yelling at each other, and they had no idea what was being said. Then, they suddenly stopped. The driver turned around in his seat again, and one more time, he looked at Wendy and said, "Where is the other girl?" Wendy, now frustrated herself, said, "There is no other girl. It is Mitch and I. That is it." At this point, the driver made a sound of disgust, like he was completely fed up with both of them. He raised his hand up in a dismissive gesture and turned to face the road in front of him. The guy that had originally greeted them, the one in the passenger seat, he got out of the car. He went around to the back, opened the trunk, and took their luggage out. He threw it onto the curb. Then he went to the back door that was closest to Mitch, yanked it open, and told them to get out. So Wendy and Mitch climbed back out onto the curb, stunned and confused. The guy slammed the door shut behind them, hopped back in the front seat, and the SUV peeled away from the curb, leaving them standing there with their luggage. That was it. At this point, Wendy was thinking to herself, I bet those two guys have nothing to do with the actual hotel. The people that I have been communicating with to set this whole thing up, I bet they are just the drivers. And they were just told to pick up two girls. And when we showed up with a girl and a guy, it screwed up their instructions, and they got mad. They got really mad, I guess, and then they left. So, she thought, I bet if I can just get in touch with the people at the hotel, the people I had actually spoken to, that they can clear this whole thing up. She opened up her email on her phone and sent a message to a woman named Marissa. Marissa was one of the people at the hotel that she had been going back and forth with when she was booking her plane ticket. Then she sent another message to the hotel's Instagram account. It was a big account with over 10,000 followers, and it was the account that had actually originally reached out to her. She'd been messaging back and forth with them quite a bit. For a couple of minutes, Wendy was just watching her phone, waiting for a response. At some point, Mitch said to her, by the time we get a response to either your Instagram DM or your email, we probably could have just taken an Uber over to the hotel and spoken to them directly. So why don't we just go do that? Wendy agreed. They called an Uber and drove the short distance to the hotel. As soon as they got out of the car, Wendy noticed something that, at the time, did not seem like a big deal. The logo of the hotel, the real one, right there in front of her on the building, it was a little bit different than the logo on the Instagram page she'd been talking to. The profile picture on that Instagram account was different than the logo on the actual hotel. That stood out to her just because she'd looked at that page so many times. But it was definitely the same hotel name, the same address. So she didn't think much of it. She and Mitch walked inside and went right up to the front desk. Wendy asked to speak with a manager. Shortly thereafter, a manager came out, and she asked Wendy and Mitch to come into her office. They went inside and sat down, and she said, "Okay, guys, what's going on?"
What do you need?
So Wendy explained the framework of the deal she had negotiated with Marissa. She said, "Look, when I got to the airport, the guys that picked us up were incredibly rude, and they wouldn't give us a ride here. I just wanted to let you know what happened. We don't care, we got a ride here ourselves, but we just figured you should know how your drivers are behaving." The woman looked at her, kind of puzzled. She said, "Who was the person you talked to?" "You said her name was Marissa?" Wendy said, "Yeah, Marissa. She's the marketing person here, I think." The manager looked at her and said, "No, I'm the marketing person. And my name's Kelly. I think you're at the wrong hotel because we don't have any influencers that are staying here right now. And I definitely would have known about this." Wendy couldn't believe it. She pulled up the Instagram page she had been talking to, and she showed it to the manager. The manager took the phone, and she was pretty surprised by what she was looking at. She said, "This is our old account. We deleted this." Or, "I thought we deleted this. We have a new one because we rebranded. We have a brand new logo, everything's new, and we just felt like we'd start fresh. So I don't know. I don't know who owns this account now, but that is our old account. It's just, we don't use it anymore. I have no idea how anyone got a hold of it." At this point, it finally clicked for Wendy. This whole thing was a facade. This whole time she was being conned. And what really scared her was, to what end? What were they trying to do with her? Had she shown up with another female friend, like they asked, what would they have done with them? But at this moment, Wendy just felt totally overwhelmed by the entire situation. She was so embarrassed that she thought this was a real opportunity. She was embarrassed that she had dragged Mitch all the way to Miami for something that was just fake. She was so embarrassed that she had just approached this manager who basically told her she had been scammed. She just wanted to leave. So she stood up and she said, "I'm really sorry for wasting your time," and she and Mitch left the office. She went outside the hotel and she just sat down on a bench and started crying. Mitch sat down next to her and said, "Hey, you really ought to call the police and let them know this happened. Because, clearly there were plans for you. And had you brought a female friend, they can't have been good plans. I think you need to let the police know that this scam exists." So Wendy did. She called the police and she explained what happened. She was surprised when the officer on the phone said, "Hey, where are you right now? We'd love to send a detective over to you to talk to you a little bit more about what happened." So Wendy told them where they were. She was a little bit surprised that they wanted to send a detective over to talk about this, because in her mind, this wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, it was a big deal to her and to Mitch, but nothing really happened to them. But either way, they went and sat on a bench right outside the hotel, and they waited for the detective to show up. Just a couple of minutes later, he did. He walked up, he introduced himself, and he said, "Hey, let's go inside and grab a table and we can chat." So they went inside and they sat down, and Wendy and Mitch went over their story one more time from the very beginning. After they were done, the detective leaned back and said, "Look, I don't mean to scare you, but I do want you to understand just how serious of a situation you guys were just in. He continued, so, in Miami, human traffickers use these phony hotel Instagram accounts to attract young women like yourself to Miami in order to be trafficked. They will buy these old business Instagram accounts from companies that have either rebranded or who are going out of business. They'll pay top dollar to acquire those Instagram accounts, and then they will use them in order to get people like you to come to Miami. So probably the only reason they didn't follow through on their operation is because you brought Mitch along. A 6'4" man posed a threat to them. And so that's why they were so upset with you. And that's why they decided it wasn't worth the risk. He looked at Wendy and said, so even though this must have been incredibly traumatic for you, you need to understand that Mitch's presence very likely saved you from something truly terrible. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya. On a Saturday afternoon in February of 2011, an 18-year-old college student named Michael Perry found himself 1,000 feet underground inside one of America's most dangerous cave systems. He was crouched low inside a vast, dark cavern in Lafayette, Georgia, surrounded by 4 of his friends. As Michael shifted his weight, the beam from his headlamp danced across the cave walls, catching slick rock formations dripping with moisture. The light briefly illuminated underground waterfalls cascading through the darkness before vanishing into deep black crevices that seemed to have no bottom. The entire place felt alien, cold, and completely cut off from the sunny world above. And before that day was over, 2 people inside that cave would be dead. The cave they were exploring was called Ellison Cave. Michael and his friends had driven more than 400 miles from their college town in Gainesville, Florida, just to see it. Ellison was famous among experienced cavers. It was a sprawling underground maze filled with narrow tunnels, massive vertical drops, freezing waterfalls, and pitch-black chambers that could turn deadly in an instant if something went wrong. Every year, adventurers from all over the country traveled there looking for excitement. But, to be perfectly clear, this kind of activity, caving, it was not really Michael's thing. Not at all. He was a marketing major at the University of Florida. If you asked him to describe himself, he would have said he was a pretty quiet person. He enjoyed studying, he liked playing in his school's band, and he dedicated a lot of his time to volunteering with his church youth group. So the idea of crawling through a tiny, pitch-black, intensely claustrophobic hole hundreds of feet beneath the Earth's surface, that did not rank high on his list of fun things to do. In fact, it probably wasn't on the list at all. But Michael wasn't in Ellison Cave that day for fun. He was there for a very specific reason, and that reason was his close friend, a guy named Grant Lockenbach. Grant had been the one to suggest the trip. He was passionate about it, and when Grant got an idea in his head, he was very persuasive. So Michael, being a good friend, had simply said, "Okay, I'll go with you." Just then, Michael glanced over to where Grant was sitting. He was with his girlfriend, a young woman named Carrie, and their 2 other friends were there as well. The group of them were huddled together, looking through a large backpack. They were taking inventory, checking over the various pieces of specialized gear they had brought along with them for the expedition. They had only entered Ellison Cave a few minutes ago, but they had already stopped. The group had paused their progress because there was something in this specific area of the cave that Grant was absolutely determined to see. And when Grant wanted to do something, it almost always happened. That was just the kind of person he was. It's why Michael, despite his reservations, had capitulated and ended up deep inside this mountain. Grant wanted him to come, and so, like he normally did, Michael went along with it. Grant was a natural leader. He was the president of their school's Fellowship of Christian Athletes, a group that Michael, Carrie, and the other 2 friends were also devoted members of. When Michael had first joined the fellowship, Grant had immediately taken him under his wing. He saw something in Michael. He told him that he had tons of potential. In fact, Grant had said that Michael had enough potential to one day become the next president of the fellowship himself. Hearing this from Grant had been a huge deal for Michael. It gave him a massive boost of confidence because he really truly looked up to Grant. And he wasn't alone in that. A lot of people did. Grant was just one of those effortlessly cool guys. He was a few years older than Michael, stood about 6 feet tall, and was basically a walking, talking ball of positive energy. He was always on the lookout for the next adventure, the next challenge to conquer. Caving was one of those adventures. Grant had been exploring caves as a serious hobby for the past 3 years, and out of everyone in their group that day, he was the only one with any real practical caving experience. And it was precisely because of this lack of experience among the others, Michael included, that Grant had chosen an easier route for them. They were navigating a tunnel within Ellison that was basically a straight shot through the mountain. It was a beginner's trail. It didn't require much in the way of technical gear, like ropes or complex climbing equipment. But despite the low level of difficulty for their chosen path, they had brought all of that extra equipment anyway. They had ropes and harnesses and carabiners. They had it all. And that was because along this easier route, right at the spot where they were now stopped, was the entrance to a massive vertical shaft. And Grant specifically wanted to climb down into it, even if he had to go alone. This particular shaft was 125 feet deep. To put that in perspective, imagine a 10-story building. That's how far this pit dropped straight down into the earth. But in the world of serious caving, this was actually considered a small one. It was officially called the warm-up pit, because compared to the other, much deeper pits inside Ellison Cave, it was nothing. Some of the other vertical drops in the cave were way, way deeper, some over 500 feet. So while this was definitely not a beginner's task, for an experienced caver like Grant, it was a manageable, almost routine challenge. Michael watched as Grant picked up the backpack, the one with all the equipment inside, and carried it over to the entrance of the pit. The entrance was just a very large, dark hole in the cave floor. It was situated over near a noisy waterfall, and it was only a few feet away from where Michael was standing. So Michael walked over to Grant to offer his help. He wanted to assist him in setting up the gear for his descent. The process involved attaching a long climbing rope securely to the rocks around the pit's edge, creating an anchor that Grant could then use to lower himself safely into the darkness below. This whole setup process is called rigging. It took them a while to get it all done. Michael, again, had no experience with any of this, so he had to wait for Grant to instruct him on every single step. He would hold a rope here, check a knot there, all under Grant's careful direction. But as Michael worked alongside his friend, he found himself peering down into that pitch-black hole. As he looked down into what felt like a bottomless abyss, he felt his stomach do a little flip. He was suddenly very, very glad that he had not promised Grant he would go down into the pit with him. Because seeing it now, up close and in person, it was terrifying. He wanted no part of going down into that thing. But Grant clearly did. His eyes were bright with excitement. He was in his element. So Michael and Grant continued the process of getting Grant all set up. And then, eventually, when Grant was fully rigged and ready to go, Michael heard a strange sound. It was the sound of something heavy sliding off a rock. And then, just moments later, that sound was followed by a loud, echoing thud that seemed to come from deep, deep inside the hole, from the bottom of the warm-up pit. For a brief moment, Michael was just confused. He didn't know what he had just heard. Maybe it was just a loose rock that had tumbled into the pit. But then he looked over at Grant. Grant had a very unhappy expression on his face, and he was staring at the ground right next to the edge of the pit. He was looking at the spot where their backpack had been sitting just a second ago. The backpack with all of their extra equipment inside? At least, the equipment they weren't currently using. And the backpack was no longer there. It was gone. The backpack had just fallen 125 feet straight down into the pit. Now, obviously, this was not good. The last thing they wanted was for their backpack to be at the bottom of that hole. But it was actually much worse than just potentially losing some of their equipment. because inside of that bag was the only cell phone they had brought with them into the cave. And it was also where they had stored all of their extra ropes and other essential climbing gear. They had taken some things out, of course, to get Grant rigged up for his descent, but losing that bag felt really, really bad. Without the contents of that backpack, they could easily get stranded or trapped deep inside of this cave, and they wouldn't be able to call or text anyone for help. They would be completely stuck. And so Michael could feel a wave of panic starting to wash over him. But then Grant cut in. He played it cool, as he always did. He just looked at the group and said, "Look, it's no big deal." He would just go down there and get it. I mean, he was already planning on going into the hole anyway, and he was all rigged up and ready to go after all. So he would simply go down, retrieve the bag, and come back up. It would be fine. And then, before Michael or Grant's girlfriend, Carrie, or any of the other friends could say a word, Grant just strapped on his harness and a pair of ascenders. Ascenders are climbing tools that would help him move down the rope in a controlled, measured way. He began positioning himself at the edge of the pit, preparing to go down. Michael just watched Grant in complete awe. Grant was so confident, so in control, that he was able to make everyone else around him feel calm too. And Michael felt his own panic starting to subside just from watching Grant's unshakable demeanor. This wasn't the first time Grant had projected such calm in the face of danger. During Grant's freshman year of college, he had casually climbed up the entire exterior of one of their school's tallest dormitories just to see if he could do it. And he did. He had also joined the school's ROTC program, which is a military reserve training program, and as part of that, he had learned how to jump out of airplanes. So he had skydived, another one of his thrill-seeking activities. This moment here in the cave seemed like yet another perfect example of why Grant was such an incredible and natural leader. And as Michael watched him, he found himself hoping that by the time he potentially took over as president of the fellowship, he could be just as fearless, just as composed as Grant. But for now, Michael just watched as Grant very calmly lowered himself into the hole. And then he disappeared into the abyss below. For the next few minutes, it was very quiet in the cavern. All Michael could hear was the constant rushing sound of the nearby waterfall. So he and Carrie and the others just talked quietly amongst themselves. They waited for Grant to call back up to let them know that he had made it to the bottom and had successfully grabbed the backpack. And finally, they did hear Grant's voice. He did call out from somewhere deep down in that hole. But Michael couldn't really understand what Grant was saying. The waterfall that was blasting away nearby was really loud, and it created a lot of noise. And on top of that, Grant's voice echoed strangely around the stone walls of the cave, which made it almost impossible to tell what he was trying to say. So at this point, Michael and Carrie and the others, they weren't worried yet. They just figured this was an acoustics problem, not a safety problem. So Michael just walked over to the edge of the pit, and he leaned over carefully, trying to look down. But it was no use. He couldn't see Grant. He was too far down, and it was far too dark. And so Michael called out, asking Grant to repeat himself, explaining that they couldn't understand what he was saying from up there. And Grant did yell back. He clearly replied to Michael's call. But Michael still couldn't really make out the words. However, this time, there was something really different about the way Grant sounded. Again, even though he didn't know what Grant was saying, one thing was suddenly definitely clear. Grant no longer sounded like the calm, cool, and collected, fearless leader that he normally was. He was talking really, really fast. He was repeating himself. He was saying something over and over again very, very quickly with a sense of extreme urgency. And even though, again, it wasn't clear what the words were, the tone was unmistakable. Grant was scared. There was a problem. Now, obviously, problems can and do arise when you're rappelling into a 125-foot hole deep underground inside a cave. That can happen. But for Michael and the others, when they finally processed that something was seriously wrong for Grant, it was truly shocking. I mean, Grant is the guy that gets other people out of problems. He was the calm guy. Nothing ever rattled him. And so to hear him basically panicking, it was deeply unsettling for those of them standing at the surface. And so Michael and the others, they're kind of hit with this sudden dual realization. One, it's very unsettling to hear Grant sounding this way. But worse, two, is the fact that they are not cavers. They can't go into this pit and save Grant if he needs saving. Not only because they completely lacked the experience, but also because all the caving gear, all the climbing equipment was in that backpack that had fallen into the pit. It was down there with Grant. So there was no way they could realistically help him if he was in any sort of trouble down there. And also, their one and only cell phone was down there in that backpack in the pit as well. And so, unless Grant could somehow figure out whatever problem he was having and get himself back up to the surface on his own, Michael and the others knew, without even having to say it out loud, that they were completely and utterly helpless. And so, as this grim realization is setting in for Michael and the other friends, Grant goes from trying to talk to them, even though, again, they can't tell what he's saying, he just sounds panicked, to straight up screaming. He is screaming for them. Something is horribly, horribly wrong. And so Michael and Carrie, they start yelling down to Grant, trying desperately to get him to clarify what's going on. But you have this powerful waterfall that's causing all this noise and splashing water everywhere. It's dark. And Grant clearly is so panicked that he's not even listening to them anymore. And so it's just chaos. It's madness. And so Michael and Carrie, they turn to the other two friends that are with them. And they tell them, look, we're going to stay right here at this hole and wait for Grant. You two need to leave the cave right now. Go get help. And so the other two friends, they rushed off to do just that, disappearing back into the darkness of the tunnel. While Michael and Carrie just sat there by the edge of the pit, listening to Grant getting more and more hysterical by the second, somewhere far down in that black hole, they still had no idea what was wrong. But clearly, there was a major emergency happening. And so, for a little while after their friends had gone off to find help, Michael and Carrie, even though they're not really having a conversation with Grant because he's just kind of rambling and yelling and screaming and they still can't understand him, they're just kind of shouting down into the hole. They're yelling things like, everything's going to be okay. We've sent for help. It's going to be okay. You're going to get out of here soon. They had no idea if he could even hear them or understand what they were saying. They were just assuming that the acoustics were just as bad for him down there as they were for them up here. Again, the sound of that waterfall was so incredibly loud. It was so dark. And so they're just having this awful, helpless moment. But then something cut through all of that chaos. At some point, Michael heard Grant say something that he really did understand. Grant, at some point, in a very high-pitched, almost screaming voice, yelled out Michael's name. It was like he was directly yelling to Michael a clear and desperate plea. I need you, Michael, to help me. Now, at this point, obviously, the situation has escalated dramatically. Things were already bad, but for Michael, this felt like a huge deal. I mean, before that, all the yelling and screaming was obviously terrible, but Michael, he kind of views himself as Grant's potential successor. He's going to be the next president of this fellowship. And he looked up to Grant so much, primarily because Grant was this fearless, capable leader. And so Michael sort of felt like when he heard his own name called out so clearly that Grant was specifically sort of challenging him. You, Michael, I need you. Michael took on that responsibility in that instant. And he felt like, I can't just sit here. I can't just wait for help to arrive. Something needs to be done right now, and I need to be the one to do it. I need to save Grant. And so Michael, he jumped up and he grabbed the extra harness they still had with them and he started to put it on. And as he was doing that, he could hear Carrie, who, she's seeing what's happening and she's telling him, don't do it. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know how to go down this thing. Like, this is dangerous. What are you doing? Don't go. And Michael, he just looked at her and he said, I have to do this. I know Grant would do this for me. I'm doing it for him. He needs me. I'm going down. And Michael, he's listening to Carrie, who is still trying to tell him not to go, but he just said to her, please pray for me. And then he walked over to the edge of the pit, and he attached his harness to the very same rope that Grant presumably was still attached to, somewhere down at the bottom, but stuck for some reason. And into the pit he went. As soon as Michael disappeared down into that hole, Carrie knelt down beside the pit. She put her hands together, and she prayed as hard as she possibly could for both Michael and Grant to be okay. And after a few minutes, she heard Michael call out from somewhere in the hole. And for some reason, she could actually understand what Michael was saying. He called out that he and Grant were okay. He was with Grant, but they were just very, very cold. Relief flooded over Carrie. And as she exhaled all the tension she'd been holding in her body, and as the adrenaline kind of began to leave her system because now she's thinking everything is okay, she also realized that she too was very cold. She just hadn't been thinking about it before. She had been so fixated on the safety of her boyfriend and also of Michael. After all, she was only wearing a t-shirt and the cave was very damp and there's this waterfall constantly spraying a mist of cold water everywhere. It was a cold, damp environment. And so she's, her teeth are chattering too. She's cold. And so Carrie naturally yelled down into this hole. She can't see them, of course. She's just yelling into the darkness, what's going on? What's wrong? Is Grant okay? But Michael just shouted back to her, I'm fine. I'm fine. But he didn't answer her question about Grant. And at this, Carrie could tell that clearly there is something really wrong down there, and it probably has something to do with Grant. And so she stood up. She began pacing back and forth anxiously. Her stomach is in knots. And she's periodically yelling down into the hole to Michael, like, what's going on? Is Grant okay? Are you okay? But Michael, all he would say back to her is, I'm fine. I'm fine. He would just repeat that back to her. But his response time began to slow down. He wasn't responding to each and every one of her calls. He would just, occasionally yell out, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. But the responses just began to become more and more spaced out as Carrie began to ramp up her questioning, asking more and more, what's going on? Until finally, Michael just stopped answering altogether. There were no more voices coming out of the hole. And so, the minutes ticked by, and Carrie, she continued to pace around the edge of the pit, yelling out to Michael and Grant. But the only reply she got was the sound of the water from the waterfall lapping up against the cold cave walls. About an hour and a half later, just before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a man named Anmar Mirza, along with 2 other men, ran into Ellison Cave, carrying a large bag filled with climbing equipment and medical supplies. Now, there was a bigger team of professional rescue workers on their way up the mountain behind them. That team had more gear and more personnel, but that group was moving much more slowly. It takes time to respond to a cave accident because typically there are a lot of people and a lot of specialized equipment that is required. And also, usually, the victims are trapped in pretty remote and difficult to access places, like deep tunnels and narrow shafts deep inside of these caves. So Anmar and his 2-man team were the initial smaller group that went in ahead of the larger one, just to kind of get the rescue started as quickly as possible. A few minutes after entering the cave, Anmar saw a headlamp beam up ahead in the darkness, kind of bobbing around erratically. And as soon as he reached the origin of this light, he found a young woman. She was sitting by a large hole in the ground, and she was shaking and absolutely terrified. She explained that her name was Carrie, and that her boyfriend, whose name was Grant, along with one of his friends, whose name was Michael, were down in this hole. She told him that Grant had gone in first, there had been some kind of issue, and then Michael had gone in after him to help. And now, when she called out for them, neither one of them were responding. After hearing this, Anmar directed one of his team members to take Carrie and bring her safely out of the cave. And then, once they had left, Anmar put on his own climbing gear. And as soon as he was ready, he began to rappel down into the pit. As Anmar repelled, he's looking straight down into this dark shaft. And at first, he can't see anything at all. But after a little while, he began to see, somewhere far down below, what appeared to be two small lights towards the bottom of the pit, which he correctly assumed belonged to the two missing men. But before he could actually reach them, he felt something wet and freezing cold splash against his cheek. Then he saw something emerge out of the darkness, right below him. It would turn out, when Grant had rappelled down into the warm-up pit, he had made a terrible, terrible mistake. He had attached his rigging, his main rope, to a section of rock that was directly in the path of a freezing cold waterfall. Now, this alone could have been okay. You can rappel effectively through a waterfall if you're careful and you move quickly. Except what happened with Grant is, as he was rappelling literally through the flowing water, like the water is coming off this waterfall and it's hitting him directly, he got stuck. His rope got tangled, and the spot where he got stuck was literally in the direct path of the waterfall. So, he's stuck in the cave. He can't go up. He can't go down. And he's just getting pounded by a constant stream of freezing cold water. Now, at first, what Grant likely did is kind of flail around trying desperately to get out of the path of this water, but there was nowhere to go. He's in this narrow vertical shaft. There's nowhere to move, and he's just dangling there. And he began trying to scream out for help. But that was why his words were so muffled. The water was hitting him in the face, making it impossible for him to speak clearly. And then also, as he's just dangling there very, very quickly, having that icy water hitting him nonstop would have sent his body into shock. It's like he wouldn't have been able to speak or even think anymore. He was rapidly becoming hypothermic. And then, in what was possibly one of his final moments of clarity, he managed to belt out Michael's name. He said it really clearly. He must have managed to get his face out of the direct path of the water for just a second. And Michael, who trusted Grant completely, when he heard his name being called, it felt like it was his personal calling. He felt he needed to go in there and save Grant himself. And so, into the hole he went. And he hooked his own rope up into the same exact spot that Grant had used. And down he went. And Michael, he did an incredibly brave thing by doing this. And it was something that Grant very likely would have done for him too. But again, Michael really had no idea what he was doing. He was basically just going in blind. However, unfortunately, because he just kind of followed Grant's lead and went down there without a plan, well, in the darkness, as he went down, he eventually reached the spot where Grant was, but he got stuck as well. Also, in the path of the waterfall. Granted, he was not nearly as exposed to the water as Grant was. Like his face was not getting blasted by water, so he was able to call out and be heard by Carrie at least for a little while. But he also got tangled at the same spot. He couldn't move. His body was getting hit by this icy water. And so even though the rescuers did eventually get down to Michael and Grant, by the time they did, it was too late. The two young men had frozen to death. They had basically dangled inside of that hole, getting hit by that freezing water for about 2 hours before their bodies just completely shut down. In 2013, 2 years after both Michael and Grant died inside of that cave, the Carnegie Hero Fund Commission gave Michael a posthumous medal for risking his own life in an attempt to save Grant's. On a Friday night in late March of 1980, an 83-year-old man named Harry R. Truman sat on his couch in his remote Washington State lodge. He had a glass of whiskey and Coke in his hand, and he turned on his battery-operated radio to listen to the news. Just a second or two later, he found himself having to jack up the volume on the radio because he couldn't hear it anymore. A couple of his cats were fighting in the other room, yowling and hissing, and it was causing a whole commotion. Harry had lost track of how many cats he actually had living with him, but it was a lot. Maybe a dozen or so. And even though at this particular moment he yelled and cursed at them and told them to knock it off, he was actually glad they were out there with him. He liked their company. 5 years earlier, Harry's beloved wife Edna had died. And ever since then, he had lived completely alone, minus all of these cats. and he also didn't have a lot of neighbors to speak of either. So, for the most part, he had been fairly isolated for the last few years. Also, Spirit Lake, the beautiful lake that his lodge was situated on, was a 4-hour drive south of the major city of Seattle. It was pretty far out there, deep in the wilderness. The lake did get busy during the summer months with tourists and campers, but at this time in March, there were only about 60 people that lived there year-round, and they were all very spread out. But Harry didn't really mind the solitude. He missed Edna a lot, of course, but he had his cats, and he had his radio, and he had the jaw-dropping mountain scenery and the lake right outside his door. And he had his whiskey and cokes. So overall, even though he was sort of a gruff, cantankerous guy, he was actually quite happy with his life. But just then, there was a loud knock on Harry's front door. And Harry was not surprised by this. I mean, yes, he lived way out in the middle of nowhere, and he did not normally expect visitors, but in this case, he knew exactly who it was. And as soon as he thought about that, his face contorted into a deep scowl. He was really annoyed. At this point in Harry's life, he really only had one problem. And it was a major problem, at least to him. And that was the government. For the last few days, government agents, like almost certainly the ones that were knocking on his door right now, had been harassing him. They were trying to get him to leave his lodge, to abandon the home in the wilderness that he loved so much. They said they needed to conduct some kind of federal operation, and they wanted everybody in the area to clear out. Now, Harry loved his country. He had even fought for it during the First World War. But he really did not like authority, and he could not tolerate being told what to do. During Prohibition, for example, which was a period of time in the 1920s when alcohol was illegal in America, Harry had simply ignored the law completely and made his own booze. He just didn't care about their rules. So, over these last few days, as these federal agents had come to his house trying to get him to leave, Harry had not been intimidated in the slightest. He had simply stood his ground. And he figured it was really only a matter of time before the federal government sent a local police officer over in the hopes that Harry would be more cooperative with somebody that he likely already knew. But what they didn't know about Harry is that Harry really didn't cooperate with anybody. Not with the government, and certainly not with local police. Not with his own family, not with his friends, and not with the 2 ex-wives he'd been with before he found Edna. He was just somebody who marched to the beat of his own drum, always. So now, Harry did not get up to answer the knock at his door. Instead, he just waited until the person out there, the visitor, yelled through the door and announced who they were. And not really to Harry's surprise, it was the local deputy, a man that Harry did know. He was clearly being sent here by the federal agents to try one more time to get Harry to leave. And when Harry still didn't answer the door, even after the deputy had clearly announced himself knowing that Harry would recognize his voice, when Harry still didn't get up, didn't answer the door, the deputy finally, just sort of frustrated, called out, "Harry, are you sure you don't want to go?" Now, even though this deputy was being a whole lot more amicable than the government agents had been, they had been really forceful, basically telling him, "You've got to leave." The deputy here was at least kind of giving Harry a chance to make a decision for himself. Despite that, the question the deputy had asked just made Harry really mad. Because leaving his house was just not something he would ever consider doing. Harry had lived in this lodge for 54 years. And 37 of those years were spent running this lodge as an inn, as a business, with his late wife Edna, who was the love of his life. Now, he'd let the lodge go a little bit after she had died. So truthfully, it was kind of falling apart, and it smelled terrible because of all the cats. But it had been theirs, and now it was his, and he would never give it up. And not only that, but just outside his doorstep was Spirit Lake, which Harry believed was the most beautiful, perfect place in the entire world. It was quiet and serene and situated right at the base of some of the most breathtaking mountains he had ever seen in his whole life. And so to say Harry loved it here was a complete and total understatement. His lodge and Spirit Lake were basically his whole identity. Harry didn't know if he believed in God, but he did believe in the trees and the lake and the birds that screeched at him at all hours of the day. It was like His home, this whole area, was his religion. And he certainly was not about to give it up just because some federal authority or government agent or whoever else told him to. So, all Harry said to the deputy waiting outside his door was a very firm good night, which Harry was actually quite proud of himself for because he had a really hard time not swearing. So, this seemed pretty mild for him. After that, Harry waited to see if the deputy would challenge him or say anything else, but he didn't. And moments later, Harry heard the deputy's footsteps crunching down the gravel driveway and heading back towards his police cruiser. After that, Harry leaned back into his couch and smiled to himself. He picked up his drink, kind of toasting himself for standing his ground. And at the same time, he was sort of hoping that maybe now, finally, the officials would understand that he was not going to change his mind. But that's not what happened. A little more than a week later, on the morning of April 5th, Harry sat in a folding chair in a clearing by his house. He had his binoculars pressed to his eyes and a fresh glass of whiskey sitting in the cup holder of his chair. This was an area of the woods near his house that he called his cocktail lounge, where he'd often go to relax with a drink. It was covered by a thick canopy of evergreen trees, but it also had a great view of the mountains and the lake. But Harry was not here to relax. He was actually on very high alert, because the woods all around him were absolutely crawling with federal agents and local law enforcement officers. Harry could literally see them right now through his binoculars, walking around the various camps they had set up all over the mountainside and also down near the lake. And there was nobody to stop them, because everybody else who lived in this forest had bowed to the pressure and had left when they were told to. Which meant that Harry was quite literally the last resident still fighting the good fight. Now, so far, the officials had not physically attempted to force him out of his home, but now that Harry saw them all assembling all over the mountainside, he had to wonder how long he had before they did try. But at the same time, he also knew that he had one piece of very important and very surprising leverage over the authorities. And that was that over the past couple of days, Harry's stubborn refusal to leave his wilderness home, just because the government told him to, had turned him into a media attraction. Reporters had heard about what was going on, and they had started coming all the way out to his house to talk to him. Now, usually, Harry just did not like the press. Even though he clearly listened to the news himself, he still thought of the press, thought of the media like they were vultures, always just looking for dead meat and chaos. But Harry also really, really liked to talk, and he had a lot of very strong opinions. And now, seeing his beautiful lake inundated by all these outsiders, Harry realized he had to take full advantage of this media interest in him if he wanted to have any chance of staying in his home. Because the way he saw it was, the government could not really make him do anything against his will if the whole world was watching. So, over the next month, Harry gave a lot of interviews. And pretty quickly, he became kind of an international celebrity. He was this single, older man standing up to something way bigger and way more powerful than himself, which was sort of admirable. Although people didn't really understand why he was doing it, it was still a big story. It was very interesting. But more than that, it seemed like the public just sort of liked Harry. In his interviews, Harry would swear and yell and rant and rave and tell reporters about how no authority figure would dare try to get him out of his house. He famously said, "No, I'm not going to leave. You're damn right I'm not going to leave. I'm going to stay here. Damn right this is my home. They're going to have to come and get me. No authority could take me out of here. No authority dare." And he'd also talk about his life, just telling these crazy stories that had nothing to do with the wilderness, like about the whiskey that he bottled and distilled himself during his prohibition days, which he called panthropy, and about his relationship with his late wife Edna and how they used to dance together right at the edge of the lake. Or his war stories from World War I. I mean, this guy was just really quite fascinating. And so, by the time May rolled around that year, Harry went from being bombarded by the government to being bombarded by the media. Today, this would be like going crazy viral, where everybody's seeing you on their feed. But this was 1980, and so people got their news from newspapers and the television and the radio. But those mediums were all full of Harry Truman, and people were kind of obsessed. Everybody from average citizens to school kids sent Harry fan mail. Reporters and news crews came to Harry's in droves, and some even took helicopters just to get there more quickly. And Harry, if he was being honest with himself, he sort of relished all the attention. A few months earlier, he'd been perfectly happy with his quiet life. He had no phone, and he just had his 1,000 cats for company. But now, it was like the whole world cared about him, and it was pretty cool. A few weeks later, though, everything changed. On Sunday, May 18th, the sun came up on Harry's lodge, and the woods around it were totally quiet for the first time in weeks. Because Harry, in some ways, had won. He had kept his word, and he'd stayed strong, and refused to give in to the government's demands to leave. And finally, the government had backed down. The sheriff had even come by the day before to tell Harry that, okay, no one's going to come by and ask you to leave anymore. It's on you. And so now, on May 18th, as Harry was getting up, it was just him, the lake, the trees, and the big, beautiful mountain. And then, at 8:32 in the morning, a deafening boom shook the earth. It would turn out the media was not totally finished with the story of Harry R. Truman. In fact, what happened on the morning of May 18th, 1980, would in many ways make Harry even more famous than he already was. Because Harry didn't live at the base of just any old mountain. His lodge was situated directly at the foot of Mount St. Helens, which was an active volcano. The government operation that the federal agents and local law enforcement were trying to run here was an evacuation. They were not trying to impede on Harry's rights as a citizen. They were trying to save his life. But Harry was so convinced that the land he loved so much, the land that he had lived on for nearly 60 years, would not hurt him. And so he ignored the authorities' repeated and urgent warnings. But Harry's decision was the wrong one. And on May 18th, he paid for his mistake. Because that morning, Mount St. Helens erupted, sending an avalanche of searing hot lava and mud directly onto Spirit Lake and Harry's lodge, killing him and all of his cats instantly. His remains were never found. 57 people died during this eruption, including Harry. Today, in that area, Harry has both a trail and a ridge that are named after him. So, in a way, he remains a part of the mountain that he loved so much. And in both of today's stories, the people at the center of them made choices they believed were the right ones. Grant believed he could handle the cave. Michael believed he could save his friend. Harry believed the mountain he loved would never harm him. But sometimes, confidence, loyalty, and even love can push people toward decisions they never fully realize are dangerous until it's far too late. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know which story stayed with you the most in the comments below. And if you want more true stories about strange disasters, impossible decisions, and people who found themselves in situations far beyond their control, we have an entire playlist waiting for you right now. Until next time, see ya. Just after midnight on the 12th of May, 2006, a man was sleeping soundly inside his home in a quiet London suburb. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by a loud, frantic pounding on his front door. It wasn't just a knock. It was the sound of someone in a total panic. He immediately threw the covers off, got out of bed, and rushed to see who it was. When he opened the door, he found one of his neighbors standing on his porch, his face pale and his eyes wide with shock. The neighbor struggled to get the words out, but he finally managed to tell the man that something absolutely horrible had happened to his sister. As soon as those words registered, the man didn't even stop to put on shoes. He just left his house and sprinted down the dark road, heading straight for his sister's house just a short distance away. As he ran, his heart hammered against his ribs. He was terrified of what he was going to find when he got there. He was always telling his sister to be more careful, to be more aware of her surroundings. But she was so confident, so independent, she never seemed to listen to his warnings. And now he had a sinking feeling that his worst fears were coming true. When he finally reached her house, the first thing he saw under the dim glow of the streetlights was a dark, glistening trail of blood leading right down her driveway. On the evening of the 11th of May, 2006, just a few hours earlier, a 29-year-old hairdresser named Nisha Patel Nazari was sitting down for a rare break. She was in her hair salon, located in the Wembley district of London, in between clients. Nisha was the kind of person who was always on the go. She had opened up this very salon when she was only 18 years old, and for the last 11 years she had poured her heart and soul into it, running it all by herself. In that time, she had built up an incredible base of around 2,000 regular customers. This was impressive for any business owner, but it was especially impressive considering her salon wasn't some big, fancy shop on a bustling city street. Instead, it was a tiny, unassuming shop on a quiet residential road far out in the northwest suburbs of London. In fact, she operated the entire business out of a single room in her brother's house. But through her incredible work ethic and her sheer talent with a pair of scissors, she had turned it into a thriving, successful business. Generally, Nisha was glad to be so busy. Being busy meant she was making good money, building the life she wanted. But sometimes, like right at this moment, she really welcomed the chance to just stop, kick her feet up, and relax for a few minutes. So she settled into one of the salon chairs, grabbed the morning paper that was lying on a nearby table, and started to read. The front page story was about the government's recently released report on the July 7th bombings from the previous year. Those bombings were a coordinated series of terrorist attacks that had struck London's public transport system, trains and buses, during the peak of the morning rush hour. It had been nearly 10 months since those horrific attacks, but the sense of security in London was still shattered. People just didn't feel safe anymore. The attacks had created this lingering, pervasive fear of all kinds of violent crime. It felt like anything could happen to anyone at any time. And Nisha, perhaps more than most people, really understood why people felt that way. She had a very personal reason for feeling on edge. In fact, just 5 days ago, she had experienced an attempted home invasion. She had been at her own house, which was only about a block away from the salon, making dinner in the kitchen. Suddenly, she heard a strange rattling sound coming from the front of the house. It was the mail slot on her front door. On her door, there was a small metal flap that could be pushed open from the outside, allowing the mail carrier to slide letters and parcels right into her house. When Nisha first heard the noise, she didn't immediately panic. It was a normal sound, something she heard almost every day. But something about it felt different this time. Curiosity got the better of her, so she walked to the front of the house and peered out a window to see who was there. She expected to see the mail carrier, or maybe a neighbor dropping something off, or even a friend. But when she looked out, it was none of those people. Instead, she saw 3 men she didn't recognize, all dressed in dark clothing. And they weren't delivering mail. It was immediately obvious to her that they were trying to break into her house. Now, these men had definitely picked the wrong house to target. Because in addition to being a skilled hairdresser, Nisha was also a special constable. This was essentially a part-time volunteer police officer. So, instead of hiding or panicking or calling for help, Nisha's instinct was to confront them. She opened her front door and strode out onto her porch with a level of confidence that clearly caught them completely off guard. She called out to them, demanding to know what they were doing. The 3 men were so startled by her bravery that they literally just turned around and ran away down the street. Even though Nisha had handled the situation perfectly and had scared them off, the experience left her feeling deeply unsettled. That incident, combined with the lasting trauma that all Londoners were feeling from the bombings the year before, meant that Nisha was feeling very much on edge these days. But every time Nisha found herself starting to feel like a victim, starting to let fear take over, she would remind herself of her training. She was a special constable. She was trained to handle difficult situations. Whatever problems came her way, she would deal with them, just like she always did. This thought was a source of confidence for her, but for some people in her family, it was a source of constant worry. Her older brother, Caden, in particular, the one who owned the house where she ran her salon, was not thrilled about her police work. He had begged her not to join the special constable program. He felt the work was far too dangerous for a volunteer. The newspapers were constantly filled with stories about attacks on police officers, and unlike full-time officers, special constables weren't authorized to carry weapons to defend themselves. But for Nisha, that was never a concern. She was incredibly proud of what she was doing. She felt that now, more than ever, with everyone so on edge after the July 7th bombings, it was the time for people to step up and do their part to keep London safe. And she truly believed that's what she was doing. As Nisha finished reading the front page of the paper in her salon, she heard the little bell on the front door jingle. She neatly folded the newspaper, tucked it away, hopped up from her chair, and went to greet her next client. Later that night, around 10 o'clock, Nisha closed up her shop for the day. She swept the floor, tidying up the last bits of hair from her final client. A few minutes later, she heard the front door jingle again. She looked up and saw her husband, a man named Fode Nasri, walking in. He was holding a paper bag that smelled deliciously of takeout food. Nisha instinctively called up the stairs for her brother, Caden, who had come home from work earlier that evening and had been relaxing in his part of the house. A moment later, Caden came down the stairs to join the couple for a late dinner. Fode spread out the plastic containers of Indian food on the coffee table in the salon's waiting area. Caden started to eat while Fode went and sat down in Nisha's salon chair. It was time for his haircut. Nisha was especially careful and precise with his haircut tonight. She and her husband were going to her brother's wedding in just a couple of days, and they both knew they would be in all the wedding pictures. They wanted to look their absolute best. While she carefully trimmed Fode's hair, she helped her brother talk through some of the last-minute preparations for the wedding. Their mother and father had both passed away years ago, so when it came to big family events like this, the two siblings really had to rely on each other. Caden reminisced about how he had been the one to give Nisha away at her own wedding. Since their father couldn't be there, he had stepped in to walk her down the aisle. That wedding had been exactly 3 years ago yesterday. Nisha smiled as she continued cutting Fode's hair. Thinking about their anniversary reminded her of how grateful she was for her husband and the life they had built together. Just a few months after they had gotten married, Nisha had loaned Fode some money to start his own business, a limousine rental company. His business had really taken off, and Nisha was so proud to see her husband working such long hours and making great money. It felt like they were a real team, two ambitious and successful business owners working together to build a better future for themselves. Once Fode's haircut was done, Nisha called Caden over and gave him a pre-wedding trim as well. As she was finishing up, Caden asked her if maybe she and Fode wanted to spend the night at his house. He was still rattled by that attempted break-in at Nisha's house a few days earlier, and he just didn't feel like she was safe staying in her own home. But Nisha just brushed off his concerns. She told him, "No, we're fine." So, around 11 o'clock that night, Nisha and her husband Fode walked home. Their house was just around the corner, a cream-colored two-story home with red shingles on the roof. Parked in the driveway was Fode's car, and along the curb were a stretch limo and a Humvee that Fode used for his business. Both vehicles stood out quite a bit in their quiet, middle-class neighborhood. Nisha unlocked the front door, and they went inside. She tossed her phone and keys onto the sofa, and then went straight upstairs to get ready for bed. But while she was in the bathroom washing her face, Fode popped his head in. He told her he was heading back out to meet a friend to play snooker, which is what they call pool in the UK. Now, Nisha wasn't offended that he wanted to go out and see his friend. That was perfectly fine. But in reality, she and Fode had been talking a lot recently about starting a family. For the most part, they had both agreed that now was the right time to start trying to have kids. And so, in the back of her mind, she had been thinking that maybe tonight, they could try to have a baby. But it seemed like not just tonight, but generally speaking, every time there was an opportunity, every time the moment seemed right, Fode was either too tired or he was going out with his friends. It just felt like he would say he was interested in starting a family, but when it came time to actually do something about it, he was nowhere to be found. and it seemed like that was happening again tonight. But it was late, and Nisha was tired. She really didn't feel like getting into an argument with her husband, so she just dried her face and told Fode to have fun with his friend. A few minutes later, as Nisha was brushing her teeth, she heard the sound of her husband's car engine start up and then pull out of the driveway. A little while later, she went downstairs, turned off all the lights, and made sure the doors were locked. Then she went back upstairs and crawled into bed, alone. About 30 minutes passed. Right as Nisha was on the verge of falling asleep, she heard a sound from downstairs. It sounded like footsteps. She sat up in bed, listening intently. She hadn't heard her husband's car return home. She hadn't heard the front door open. She just heard these quiet footsteps moving around in her house. Her mind immediately raced. It could be her husband, maybe he came back quietly. Or, because of what had happened less than a week ago, she thought, are they back? Has someone broken into my house? Not sure who was down there, she quietly got out of bed. She grabbed a heavy flashlight from her nightstand, tiptoed out of her bedroom, and began to creep downstairs to see who was in her house. Just a few minutes later, one of Nisha's neighbors was woken up by blood-curdling screams coming from the street right outside his house. He jumped out of bed, ran to his window, and pulled back the curtain. When he looked out, he saw an unbelievable sight. It was Nisha, limping down the middle of the street in her nightgown, holding a flashlight in her hand. The neighbor instinctively grabbed his phone and called for an ambulance, then he rushed outside to help her. When he caught up to Nisha, she was hobbling back up her own driveway. He asked her if she was okay, what had happened. She just choked out the words that she'd been stabbed. But before she could say who had done it, her legs gave out and she collapsed onto the cold pavement, clutching a bloody spot on her thigh. At that exact moment, the neighbor looked up from Nisha and saw a man in a dark hooded sweatshirt running away down the street. By this point, the commotion had woken up other people on the block. More neighbors were trickling out of their houses to see what was going on. Another woman ran over to where Nisha was on the ground. She had a towel with her and she began pressing it onto Nisha's leg, trying to stop the bleeding. As soon as the first neighbor, the one who had seen the man running away, heard the sound of ambulance sirens approaching, he stood up. He bolted down the road to find Nisha's brother to tell him what had happened and what he had just seen. Just was 3, a few minutes before midnight, a man named Nick Scola felt his pager buzz. He was a detective chief inspector working out of the Wembley station. That night, he was the senior investigator on call, the person who gets notified if any major crimes happen in the area. He'd been hoping he could get through his shift without any emergencies. But when he called the station to find out what the page was about, he could tell from the dispatcher's tone that this was serious. The dispatcher told him to get to 17 Sudbury Avenue as quickly as he possibly could. So Scola hopped in his car and sped off. A few minutes later, he pulled up to a scene of total chaos on a residential street. In the driveway of a cream-colored house with red shingles, paramedics were carefully loading a young woman onto a stretcher and into an ambulance. Police officers were already there, cordoning off the entire area with yellow crime scene tape, trying to keep a growing crowd of agitated and restless neighbors at a distance. As Scola got out of his car and walked closer to the house, he could see a dark trail of blood staining the driveway. He flashed his badge to the officers standing guard at the perimeter, and they lifted the tape to let him through. One of the officers quickly briefed him. There had been a stabbing, and the victim, the young woman, was in critical condition. While the officers were filling him in on what little they knew so far, Scola noticed a car pull up abruptly out on the street. A man jumped out of the car and began running towards the house. As he got closer, it was clear he was completely hysterical, crying and screaming. Scola could hear him frantically telling the paramedics that he was the victim's husband. Scola saw this unfold and made a mental note. He knew he needed to interview that man as soon as he had a better grasp of what he was dealing with here. Scola's eyes scanned the property. He noticed the stretch limousine and the black Humvee parked in front of the house. Those were expensive vehicles, the kind of thing that might attract burglars. His initial thought was that maybe this was a simple robbery gone wrong. Maybe the victim had come home and surprised the burglars in the act. But when Scola walked up the driveway, past the forensics team that was already taking photographs and collecting evidence, he looked closely at the front door. He also examined the windows near the front door. He saw no signs of forced entry at all. There were no pry marks, no broken glass, no damage whatsoever. Scola then walked around to the back of the house to check the back door. It was the same situation. The back door, the only other entrance into the house, also showed no signs of being forced open. Scola then went inside the house. He started in the living room. Everything was neat and tidy. Nothing was broken, nothing was out of place. In fact, he saw a wallet and a stack of cash sitting out in the open on a table, completely untouched. At this point, his initial theory of a robbery was looking less and less likely. A burglar wouldn't just leave cash sitting there. Scola left the living room and went into the kitchen. And there, he noticed something significant. On the counter, there was a wooden butcher block for holding knives. And it was clearly missing one of its knives. There was an empty slot. This butcher block wasn't just sitting out in the open. It was at the very back of the counter, tucked behind a bunch of other items, including a row of delicate champagne glasses that didn't look like they had been disturbed at all. So, he figured that this knife couldn't have been taken during some kind of violent struggle. If someone had been fighting with the victim in the kitchen, they would have knocked over those glasses and other things. The knife had to have been taken when things were relatively calm in the house. Based on these initial observations, Scola began to piece together a working theory of what might have happened. He thought that the victim, the young woman, must have heard a noise that spooked her. So she went into her kitchen and carefully took a knife from the block to protect herself. Then, maybe she stepped outside to investigate the noise. As soon as she got out there, her attacker or whoever was making the noises, maybe someone trying to break in, must have seen her. They got into some kind of altercation, the knife was taken from her, and then she was stabbed with her own knife. Of course, this was all just speculation at this point. Scola had no idea if it was true, but it was a theory that seemed to explain the strange details he was seeing so far. A few minutes later, Scola went back outside to speak to some of the neighbors who had gathered in the street. One neighbor told Scola that he had actually seen a man in a hooded sweatshirt running away from the scene right after the attack. But the neighbor said he hadn't seen the man's face, so he couldn't provide a description. At this point, Scola figured the most important thing he could do was to speak to the victim herself as soon as she was stable. She would obviously be able to give a much better description of what happened and who her attacker was. But unfortunately, less than an hour later, while Scola was still at the crime scene, trying to take it all in and gather evidence, his phone rang. It was a call from the hospital. His stabbing victim, Nisha Patel Nasri, had bled to death on the way to the hospital. This was now officially a murder investigation. The next morning, after Detective Scola had finally finished processing the crime scene, he walked into the Wembley police station. The atmosphere was unusually quiet and somber. All the other officers looked grim-faced. A little bit confused, Scola asked one of his colleagues what was going on. She told him that the victim from last night's murder, Nisha, was one of their own. She was a special constable, and plenty of the officers in that very station had worked with her. Scola now understood the heavy mood in the room. This was a gut punch to the entire department. But this information was also very interesting to Scola from an investigative standpoint. At first, he had thought Nisha was killed in a random robbery gone wrong. But now, Scola started to wonder if this murder was not random at all. Maybe Nisha was targeted specifically because she was a police officer. Maybe there was a criminal she had helped put behind bars, someone who was now out and seeking revenge. As Scola began to do some digging into Nisha's background and her police work, he learned about the attempted break-in at her house just a few days earlier. He learned about the 3 men she had scared off. Now Scola was thinking that this could not be a coincidence. So right away, he assigned a team of officers to get to work, trying to identify those 3 men who had tried to break into Nisha's house. While they did that, Scola headed back to the crime scene. He wanted to see if his team could find that knife that was missing from the kitchen. He was almost certain at this point that it had to be the murder weapon. And if it was, the killer's fingerprints or even their DNA could be on it. When Scola pulled up on Sudbury Avenue later that day, he saw swarms of reporters and TV news cameras crowding around the house. The crime scene tape was still up, keeping them at bay. As Scola approached, a reporter noticed him and ran towards him with a microphone, starting to shout questions. The main question was whether the police had any idea why a special constable had been murdered at her own home. But Scola just brushed the reporter off. He wasn't about to talk to the press about an active murder investigation, especially when he really didn't have any concrete information to share yet. He ducked under the police tape and went back inside the cordoned-off area. Once inside, Scola saw dozens of officers meticulously scouring the entire area, all of them looking for the missing knife. They were dumping out trash cans, digging through bushes, checking every nook and cranny. Scola caught the eye of one of the lead investigators, and she just gave him a slight shrug. Scola took that to mean they hadn't found it yet. He also watched as two other officers hauled a high-powered industrial vacuum out of a truck. They carried it over to a storm drain on the curb just down the street from the house. They turned on the vacuum and began sucking up everything from inside the drain, hoping the knife had been tossed in there. Scola walked over to them just as they were beginning to sift through the contents they had sucked up. The vacuum had pulled up a whole mess of stuff: leaves, trash, old food wrappers. But after carefully picking through all of it, they confirmed there was no knife. Still, Scola figured the killer must have dumped the knife somewhere near the crime scene. They couldn't have gotten very far before realizing they needed to get rid of the murder weapon. So, Scola felt confident that the knife was going to turn up eventually. They just had to keep looking. In the meantime, Scola went back inside the house. There, he found a pair of investigators sitting in the living room with Nisha's husband, Fode. Fode had his phone out, and he was playing a recording of a woman's voice. She was shouting violent threats. One of the officers saw Scola and pulled him aside to bring him up to speed. They told him that Fode had a solid alibi for the time of Nisha's murder. He was at a snooker hall with a friend several miles away, and that friend had already confirmed his story. The officer also told Scola that Fode had come forward and said he had a pretty good idea of who might have killed his wife. So, Scola sat down on the couch next to Fode. Fode then began to tell his story from the beginning. He said that 2 months ago, he'd gotten into a feud with a rival limousine business owner based in Scotland. He explained that he had sold a Humvee to this other company, but the sale was made under the condition that after the transaction was complete, Fode could borrow the vehicle back for one last job he had booked. But, he said, the owner of the other company had gone back on the deal and refused to let him borrow the car. So, in what Fode described as a moment of poor judgment, he had traveled up to Scotland, rented the Humvee from the company under a fake name, and then driven it all the way back down to London. But then, Fode said, while he was driving back to London, the other owner must have figured out what he had done because they gave him a call. Fode didn't answer, so they left a voicemail. He had recorded it. Fode then played the recording of this voicemail for Scola. And Scola heard a woman's voice screaming over and over again that she was going to kill Fode and his wife if he didn't bring her Humvee back. As Scola listened, he thought this woman did not sound like she was joking around. This sounded like a very real, very serious threat. Now, Fode said that he did eventually return the Humvee. He gave it back to the business owner, so technically she no longer had a reason to want to kill him and his wife. Still, Fode felt strongly that this woman really had it out for them, and he wanted the police to look into her. For Scola, this was one of the only concrete leads they had. So, he figured it was worth checking out. He took Fode's phone so he could download that audio recording and also get a copy of all his call logs. And then he promised Fode that he would send a team up to Scotland to investigate this woman right away. One afternoon, about a month later, Detective Scola was sitting in his office alone. He was going over the case files again and again, feeling the pressure mount. The media had been covering Nisha's murder relentlessly since day one, and there was a lot of public pressure to solve the case. but the police had been investigating it aggressively for a full month and had almost nothing to show for it. Ever since Skola's last conversation with Fode, the investigation had been moving at a snail's pace. The detectives he'd sent to Scotland to look into the rival business owner had come back empty-handed. They hadn't found anything notable, so that lead was looking like a complete bust. Also, the homicide team had still not been able to identify the three men who had attempted to break into Nisha's house 5 days before she was killed. Skola and his team had interviewed Nisha's family, all her friends, her neighbors, but so far they had not been able to identify any other likely suspects. It just didn't seem like there was anyone in the world who would have wanted to hurt Nisha. She was liked and respected by basically everyone they spoke to. However, there had been one pretty significant development in the case over the past month. The police had finally found a knife that looked very similar to the one that was missing from Nisha's kitchen. It was found in a storm drain about a block away from her house. But Skola was still waiting for the crime lab to confirm whether or not it was actually the murder weapon. But just then, as he was thinking about it, Skola got a phone call. It was someone from the crime lab. They told him that after analyzing the knife, they had found traces of Nisha's blood on the blade. This was it. This was definitely the murder weapon. For the first time in weeks, Skola felt a surge of optimism. He finally had a real piece of hard evidence, a fresh clue that could lead the investigation in a new direction. He needed all hands on deck now. So he hung up the phone and immediately gathered his entire team for a meeting. Once they were all assembled, he told the other detectives that they had found the murder weapon. But, he stressed, they had to keep this discovery a secret. If the killer found out that the police had the knife, they might panic and flee. To avoid jeopardizing the investigation, Skola wanted to keep this new development completely out of the press. After everyone was on the same page, the next step in the investigation was clear. Skola was going to send officers out to collect video footage from all the security cameras near the storm drain where the knife had been found. London is one of the most heavily surveilled cities in the entire world, with hundreds of thousands of CCTV cameras on nearly every street. So, Skola figured that one of those cameras must have captured the person who dropped that knife into the drain. The homicide squad spent the rest of the week combing through countless hours of CCTV footage from the area, hoping to find that one crucial moment when the knife was disposed of. It was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. But after about a week of this tedious work, another detective eagerly called Skola over to his computer. He said he had finally found something that could be useful. Skola walked over, and the detective explained that the footage he was looking at was from a CCTV camera mounted on a shop that was on the same road as the storm drain. Skola bent down and stared at the screen as the detective hit play on the video. The storm drain itself was just barely out of the camera's frame, but the camera clearly captured the bright glow of headlights as a car pulled up near the drain. The car stopped there for about 7 seconds. And even though you couldn't see anyone get out and drop a knife into the drain, the car was stopped for long enough that someone definitely could have done that before the car took off again. And critically, when the car did take off again, it passed directly through the camera's frame, very clearly. As the car drove past the storefront, the detective paused the video. As soon as he did, Skola leaned in even closer to get a better look at the car. The video was dark and grainy, so it was impossible to read the license plate. But despite the poor quality, there were a few identifying details that Skola could make out. The car was clearly a gray Audi. There was an antenna in the center of the roof. And also, one of the small lights that illuminates the license plate was not working. Now, Skola knew there were literally tens of thousands of gray Audis in London, so he knew the only way they were going to track this specific one down was by sending officers out into the street to literally look for it. What they were looking for was a gray Audi that had an antenna on the roof and a broken license plate light. This was going to be an extremely time-consuming and difficult task, but Skola felt like they didn't have a better lead to follow. So, they began the process. And for the next few weeks, that's all they did, just canvassing the streets of London looking for this specific Audi, and they didn't find it. As the investigation was feeling like it was about to hit another dead end, Scola felt he just couldn't let that happen. The pressure on him to solve this case was immense. But then suddenly, he thought about something that he had totally put out of his mind. Fode's phone. They had taken the phone from Fode 2 months ago to download that voicemail and his call logs, but they had never actually given it back to him. The phone was just sitting in an evidence locker. Scola felt like the audio message on the phone hadn't really amounted to anything, but he figured, why not take another look at the phone to see what else is on there? Maybe there were other clues on it about who might have wanted to hurt Nisha. So, he assigned one of his forensic technicians to download everything from Fode's phone onto a hard drive. Once they had done that, Scola took the drive back to his office, plugged it into his computer, and began sorting through all the data. As he was scrolling through the files, he saw a photo that caught his eye. The photo was of a woman's thigh. She was clearly lying in a bed in what looked like a hotel room. And even with the bright camera flash and the poor quality of the photo, Scola could tell that the woman's skin was pale white. It was definitely not Nisha's leg. After finding this photo on Fode's phone, Scola immediately drove to Nisha and Fode's house. When Fode opened the door, Scola stepped inside, showed him the photo on his own phone, and asked him point blank if he was having an affair. Fode right away said no. He insisted he would never do that to Nisha. He claimed the woman in the picture was just a friend. Scola immediately felt that Fode was lying. He didn't believe him for a second. But there was no way to force Fode to tell the truth. So, ultimately, all Scola could do was leave, get back in his car, and go back to the station. On the drive there, he wondered to himself if he had just blown a huge opportunity. Maybe he should have waited for more solid evidence before confronting Fode. But he was also thinking that with so much pressure on him to solve the case, he had to take some chances, make some bold moves. When Scola got back to the precinct, he parked his car and went into his office to think. Almost as soon as he sat down, there was a knock at his door. It was a man named Sid Shenoy. He was the family liaison officer who had been working closely with Nisha's family. His job was to support the grieving family and to communicate with them throughout the investigation. As a result of this role, Sid had built a level of trust with the family that none of the other detectives had. Shenoy walked into the room and told Scola that he had just gotten a very interesting phone call from Fode. He said that Fode had confessed something to him, something he had been too afraid to tell Scola in person when he had just been at his house a few minutes ago. Shenoy told Scola that he really ought to call Fode and let him tell him what he had just told him. So, right away, that's what Scola did. He called Fode. When Fode picked up, he sounded very nervous and anxious and ashamed. He broke down and admitted that yes, he was having an affair. He had lied. He said the leg in the photo belonged to a woman named Laura Makin, and she was a Lithuanian sex worker who he had been seeing for about 3 months before his wife's death. Fode said the reason he had lied to Scola was because he didn't want Nisha's family to find out that he had been cheating on her. But Scola knew there was another, more obvious reason for him to lie. An affair would clearly give Fode a motive to kill his wife. Fode had been crossed off the suspect list early on because of his alibi. But this affair now made him look extremely suspicious. However, Scola just felt like it didn't quite make sense that Fode would be the killer. For one, he did have a very strong alibi. And two, apart from hiding this affair, which you could argue was to protect the family from more pain, he had been very cooperative with the investigation. He had willingly given them his phone, the very phone that had this damning photo on it. He had seemed very forthright. And so, a new theory began to take hold in Scola's mind. If Fode wasn't the killer, maybe it was possible that his mistress, Laura, was. Or at least, maybe she was directly involved in some way. She would have had a very strong reason to want to get rid of Nisha. So, on September 1st, almost 4 months after Nisha was murdered, her husband's mistress, Laura Makin, was brought into the station on suspicion of murder. In the interrogation room, detectives confronted her with all the evidence they had gathered that showed her relationship with Fode was not just a casual affair. The two of them had met at a brothel where Laura was working, but eventually she had stopped charging him to see her, which suggested to the detectives that she must have developed real feelings for him. The detectives suggested that if Nisha was gone for good, Laura would have Fode all to herself. Laura insisted she knew nothing about the murder. And then she gave them a solid alibi for the night of the crime. But that didn't mean much, because the eyewitnesses thought they saw a man in a hooded sweatshirt running away. So the working theory was that if Laura was involved, she had likely hired someone else to do the dirty work. However, the detectives didn't have any real hard evidence linking her to the crime. So, despite their strong suspicions, they had no choice but to release her. And then, once again, they were back at square one. However, not long after Laura was allowed to go home, Scola was walking through the precinct when the family liaison officer, Sid Shenoy, came running up behind him again. Shenoy told him that he had just had a very interesting conversation with Nisha's brother, Caden. Caden had told him that after finding out about Fode's affair, he had been absolutely furious. The whole family was devastated and upset. And Caden said that now that he had this horrible new opinion of Fode, he felt comfortable sharing something about him that he had been keeping to himself. Caden told Shenoy that he thought Fode might not be the professional, successful businessman he pretended to be. Instead, Caden suspected that Fode might actually be involved in something criminal. According to Caden, Fode had once mentioned that there were a lot of sketchy people in his phone contacts, and he was worried about what the police might find on his phone. But Caden said that Fode hadn't been specific about what he meant by sketchy people. He didn't know who they were or why Fode was involved with them. After hearing this, Scola immediately told his team to go back through Fode's phone records and run the name of every single person who appeared in his call log. Apart from all the calls back and forth to his mistress, Laura, there was one other name that immediately jumped out at them. A convicted drug dealer named Roger Leslie. When Scola saw this name, he realized that he might have been approaching this entire investigation from the wrong angle. He had struggled to find suspects because there seemed to be no one who would have wanted to hurt Nisha who didn't also have a solid alibi. But now he realized that maybe that was the case because Nisha was never the killer's intended target. Maybe the real target was Fode. If Fode was involved in the drug trade, then anyone could have come after him for any number of reasons. It could have been a drug deal gone wrong, or retribution for a debt he didn't pay, or maybe even a hit ordered by a rival gang. He didn't know. But there were suddenly way more possibilities. And the more Scola dug into Fode's life, the more suspicious evidence he found. He learned that before Fode and Nisha got married, Fode had run an escort agency. He had closed it down and started his more legitimate limousine business 3 years ago. But Scola knew there could be any number of former employees or customers, or even customers' wives, who might still have a problem with Fode. And then there was that threatening voicemail from the rival limo company. That whole story made it seem entirely possible that Fode could easily get himself wrapped up in very serious business disputes, which meant there could be more disgruntled rivals out there. Basically, it seemed entirely possible that there were loads of people out there who might have had it out for Fode, not Nisha. And so, that became the new direction of the investigation. The first person Scola looked into with this new direction was Roger Leslie, the drug dealer who had made a few calls to Fode. However, there was one issue that kept Roger from becoming a primary suspect. He didn't own a gray Audi. So, if he was involved in the murder, he probably didn't work alone. The police set up a trace on Roger Leslie's phone, hoping that his call logs would lead them to an associate who did own a gray Audi. And eventually, they sure did. And that person who owned the gray Audi was the missing piece of the puzzle that made everything finally come together. Based on those call logs and all the other evidence that had been found during this long investigation, the following is what police believe actually happened to Nisha Patel Nasri on the night of the 11th of May, 2006. Around 11:50 p.m., just as Nisha was falling asleep, the killer pulled up to her house in the passenger seat of a gray Audi. The driver waited in the car while the killer got out and crept around to the back of the house. As he walked, He kept looking in the windows, confirming that all the lights inside were out. And they were. When he got to the back door, he pulled out a key that he had managed to get his hands on and unlocked it. Once the door was open, he quietly stepped inside. The killer slowly moved through the dark kitchen and then froze. He heard the floorboards upstairs creak. He held his breath as he realized that somebody upstairs was awake and was making their way downstairs. He was caught. The killer didn't know what to do. He hadn't prepared for this at all. The plan was that everyone in the house would be asleep. So, he panicked. He reached over to the counter, pulled a long knife out of the butcher's block, and then quickly ducked behind a wall to hide. He heard the footsteps getting closer and closer. He tried his best to stay hidden in the shadows. Then he saw a bright beam of a flashlight cut through the darkness of the kitchen. The beam moved across the room and then landed squarely right on him. The person holding that flashlight was Fode's wife, Nisha. When Nisha saw the intruder, she let out a piercing scream and turned to run for the front door. But the killer knew he could not let her get away. She had gotten a clear look at his face. He was caught. So he chased after her out of the house and into the driveway, clutching that kitchen knife in his hand. About halfway down the driveway, he managed to tackle her to the ground. Then he plunged the knife deep into her thigh. Despite the gaping wound in her leg, Nisha somehow managed to fight him off. She scrambled back to her feet and began running down the street, screaming for help at the top of her lungs. At this point, the killer saw lights coming on in the neighbors' houses. His heart was pounding in his chest. He knew that Nisha was no longer his biggest problem. He had to get out of there immediately before anyone else on the block saw his face. So he just sprinted back to the gray Audi where the driver was still waiting for him. He jumped in and screamed at the driver to just take off and get out of there. The driver, panicked and confused, did just that. As they sped away, the driver was asking the killer what had just happened. As far as the driver knew, they were only there to pick up some ecstasy for a drug deal. They did not expect anyone to get stabbed. But the killer just snapped at the driver to stop talking about it. He hadn't expected the night to go this way either. It was a total mess. At this point, the killer looked down at the bloody knife that was still in his hand and realized he had to get rid of it. He told the driver to just pull over. The driver pulled over to the curb on a commercial street just a block away from Nisha's house. The killer quickly opened his door, leaned out, and threw the knife into a nearby storm drain. Then he slammed the door shut again. As the Audi sped down the road, the killer took the driver's cell phone from the cup holder and made a call. He called the man who had hired him to tell him that everything had just gone horribly, horribly wrong. The person he called was the drug dealer, Roger Leslie. However, when Roger Leslie got off that phone call with the killer, Roger immediately made another call. He called the person who had hired him. Roger had been contracted to pull off a hit, but he didn't want to get his own hands dirty, so he had outsourced the job to someone else. But now, after hearing from the killer about this botched hit, where they had stabbed the target but had no idea if she was actually going to die, in fact, the last they saw of her, she was running down the road, screaming for help. Roger knew he would have to explain himself. He had to explain the situation to the actual mastermind of the murder plot, the person who had given him the key to get inside the house in the first place. And that person was indeed Fode Nasri, Nisha's husband. It turned out that Fode was involved with a bunch of criminals, but they weren't after him. They were his associates. Because even though Fode pretended to be this successful, legitimate businessman, he really was not. He was deep in debt, and he had paid Roger Leslie to kill his wife, Nisha, so he could collect the life insurance money. That way, he could pay off all his debts and then run off with his new mistress, Laura. So, while Nisha had been wanting to start a family and was sensing that maybe Fode wasn't fully committed to the idea, her instincts were spot on. It turned out Fode didn't want to start a family with her at all. He wanted to kill her and move on with his life. According to prosecutors, that earlier attempted break-in at Nisha and Fode's house a few days before she was killed was very likely either a reconnaissance mission or a failed first attempt to carry out the murder. In the end, 4 people were arrested and charged with Nisha's murder. They were Fode Nasri, Roger Leslie, the hitman who actually stabbed Nisha, whose name was Jason Jones, and the driver of the car, a man named Tony Emanuel. At trial, the driver, Tony Emanuel, was acquitted of all charges. But the other 3 men, Fode Nasri, the mastermind, Roger Leslie, the middleman, and Jason Jones, the killer, were all found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya.